What's up, y'all? Happy Friday. I have some exciting news. Let me tell you the exciting news. It's actually spring. It's not a joke anymore. Turn off the alarms. It's actually happened. It's truly, truly beautiful out today here in New York. Hope it's beautiful out wherever you are as well. But let me tell you, wake up in the morning, look out at the tree. The tree's over there. And the tree is the tree that you can tell the seasons by in my house. The tree's got some buds on it. You know, it's starting up. And half a day later, those buds are like, they're getting real big. They're getting real buddy. They're getting real springy. Seems like the whole tree's turning green. You know, it kind of seems like spring is actually happening. And I'm pretty excited about it. Not to mention that it's like hot out. Like it's really warm out, which is great. A little scary. Like I hope we don't do that thing in New York that sometimes we do where we skip spring and go right to summer. Because I think it's like 80 degrees, maybe. That's what it says on my phone. It's a little bit suspicious. I was outside, didn't feel like 80, but maybe somebody somewhere thinks it's 80. That's intense. But anyway, you know, good things are happening. What is up, y'all? Hydron Compy, Safe, Dirter, Meeg, Roshan the Immortale. What is up, Roshan? M. Lazowick, Ages Lol. Welcome to the stream if it's your first time. I hope that you stick around. We do a little intro section. We just chat about some stuff, but we'll get into some programming. That's kind of the name of the stream, programming stream we kind of do. Uh-oh, did I feel like I didn't update my my subject, but that's okay. Normally, before the stream, I try to update the subject. Tell people what I'm doing. I didn't do that. But that's okay. We'll just kind of go for it. Yeah, so the frame rate situation, you guys. I'm still not streaming from the new PC because I still don't have a second monitor, but I did discover something, which is pretty dumb that I haven't discovered this before, but turns out that all you have to do to make your frame rate on a SLR to your computer really good is you have to get a Camlink 4K from Elgato. I promise I'm not getting sponsored by them or anything like that, but the USB connection from the camera is bad, it's slow. Some other random capture card that I have on my blog post, slow. Camlink 4K, you know, this thing is like, I'm like, look at this. It's like 60 FPS kind of situation, or at least it's 30 FPS. You know, it's not like whatever the heck it was before, which is some janky FPS. It's feeling good, it's looking good, and that's exciting. It's kind of this slow upgrade kind of situation, you know? Very fun to spend money on the stream. That's one of my big hobbies for COVID. Spend a lot of money on the stream just for funsies. And hopefully we can keep doing that over time. But we will see. In the sun, it is hot. Tick Tick Boom. Ages Lol. Thank you, bye, guys, both for the follows. And yeah, so I don't know, today, look, this is week 4 of this, trying to get this project over the finish line called Teaching CockroachDB to use GetRequests instead of ScanRequests for certain things. I'm really hoping we're down to 2 failing tests that I still haven't really figured out. I've got that project on the docket, and I've got another project on the docket that I think is actually really cool. I think, trying to figure out which I should start with. I also feel like this song is really annoying, so I'm gonna skip it. Goodbye, annoying song. So the other project I wanted to show off to you guys is Cockroach Demo. It's something that I use on the stream a lot. It's a pretty nice way of starting up the database, not having to spin up a whole cluster. You know, it's ephemeral, it's in memory, pretty useful. We have a neat option to Cockroach Demo that we added a while back called Cockroach Demo Global. Cockroach Demo Global is a thing that spins up a bunch of in-memory nodes and adds simulated latency between the nodes. So that's cool, right? How cool is that? In fact, it puts nodes into different fake localities. I think you got US East, you got US West, you got EU East, EU West. EU West? Yeah, EU West. Yeah, and anyway, depending on where it is, it's going to use a different latency, fake latency for the network calls between the two nodes. So this is pretty cool. It's pretty useful to test out stuff, but it's also a little bit broken, people are thinking. And I wanted to kind of dig in to see if I could fix the brokenness. So I'm gonna try to look at that as well. No way to be. Welcome to the stream. You are noticed. You are very noticed. Release note pattern. Yeah, so for that, we basically have a bunch of scripts that are used to generate release notes. We put release notes in our commit messages so that our excellent tech writing team can more easily find meaning from the madness. You have a big log of commits in a big open source project like CockroachDB, and it's pretty difficult to figure out like what the heck went into a particular release. So the idea with this release note thing is it's supposed to help people signal, hey, pretty sure that this is something that you should keep an eye out for as a tech writer, as the documentation team. Self-written scripts, absolutely. Marilia, CockroachDB equals love. What a good statement. I love that. On interview for work, I am shooted with question, what is a transaction? That is a good one. That is a good one. I think when people ask for what a transaction is, honestly, I feel like what they're really looking for is just saying just kind of the high level idea, right? And the high level idea of a transaction is being able to do more than one SQL thing or more than one like data statement in general. It doesn't have to be SQL, and have that be, you know, there's the whole ACID thing, right? And I think maybe ACID would be a good acronym for you to know about. You know, you got your atomic, right? Either all of the statements happen or none of them do. What is C? C consistent? It's probably C is consistent. I don't know what people mean by that one, I guess. Probably means, what do you mean when you say consistency? It means that you're updating a bunch of things and you don't it's kind of similar to atomic though, isn't it? Kind of similar to atomic. I is isolated. It means that people outside of the transaction can't see what you're doing inside of the transaction until it's finished. And D is durable. It means that it gets completely written by the end of the transaction. What is the deal with the C in ACID, guys? Who knows? Who knows what the deal with C in ACID is? I actually don't even know what the deal is. Why is C different from A? Why is C different from A? Who knows? Consistency ensures that a transaction can only bring the database from one valid state to another, maintaining invariance. I see. So it's really not about the atomicity. It's really about not violating any constraints that the database has, like foreign key constraints, check constraints, blah, 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 stuff like that. Integrity constraints, right? It's like about those logical constraints that SQL has. Interesting. When I think about consistency, I feel like I think a lot about atomicity, but I guess they're different. Integrity constraints, another tree.
Everybody knows that relational databases
Matt Layer,
don't scale.
Thank you for the 11 months of subscription, my friend. Welcome back. Only one more month until you get to 1 year, which would definitely be the most length of subscription that I have on this channel. So you're leading the pack. Thank you for your undying support. Ages lol. I'm a software engineer from Brazil that used to work with Go. Currently doing mostly Python, but damn, do I miss Go. Still keep up with it. That's cool. I feel like Go, you know, it's an evolving language, which is exciting, right? There's changes to it.
Everybody knows that relational databases don't
Meeg,
scale.
thank you so much for the Prime subscription. Really appreciate it.
And
welcome to the channel, and I hope you enjoy the couple of emotes that we've got here. Yeah. Tick tick boom. Oh my gosh. You guys are out of control, just subbing all over the place. Really appreciate it. Tick tick. Thank you very much. Tada says there's a good book, Designing Data Intensive Applications. They talk about transactions. B Bergs. Thank you for the Prime subscription. Holy crap, you guys. Out of control today. Really much appreciated. All of this support. Makes a guy feel pretty good.
Databases don't scale because they use
thank you.
Joins, and write.
There's a good book, Designing Data Intensive Applications. They talk about transactions. It looks like there was some legacy concept, what was stuck from the past, since everything was about business transactions. They talk about transactions as requests that are short and low latency. compared to long bulk stuff when running analytical queries. That makes a lot of sense. Yes, like for example, when you're looking at this, so I've spent a lot of time in my life, unfortunately, looking at this thing called the TPCC load generator specification. So let's take a look at this on stream. This is going to be fun for everybody to some extent. So TPCC is this big old spec for a standard benchmark that lots of databases have run to demonstrate their performance over the years. In fact, there's a lot of competition about it. It's kind of like died down a little bit because TPCC tests have gotten really expensive to run. People are always about competing. How many transactions per minute can you really achieve on a particular database? And given the fact that we can now scale out horizontally, there's kind of like no limit to how many transactions per minute that you can achieve in TPCC. It's really just how much money are you willing to spend. So, you know, the results have kind of stopped coming in so frequently, but I think back in the day, this was a hot space to submit your database as a database that was really fast. But what's kind of funny about reading this, it's like a little bit of an old school language thing, right? Because it was written in the 1990s. And if you look, I mean, first of all, the name of this, the board, the body that created this benchmark and suite of benchmarks, there's not just TPCC, there's a lot of them. They're called the Transaction Processing Performance Council, right? And I feel like the word transaction in this statement is probably pretty different from what we're talking about when we're talking about ACID transactions. I think it's exactly what Tadas is saying, which is, yeah, it's just sort of the general sense of a business transaction. And in fact, later down, you'll note that, well, I think these things are actually true transactions though. So it's maybe it's like a little bit of both, but if you go down to what this new order transaction thing is, this is really fun light reading, you guys. It's a really good time. Bring it to your bedroom, you know, print out this PDF and kind of think like, oh man, I'm just gonna lull myself right to sleep reading about new order transactions. But anyway, so this is kind of just a specification for some business activity that somebody does in this proposed system where they're making a new order for some thing, and there's warehouses and districts, and they're asking for some stuff to be shipped to them, basically. And the point is that I think this is in fact a true database transaction as well. You see, check this out, transaction profile. Creating a new order, and a new order is the transaction, is done in a single database transaction. So it does kind of show you that there's two concepts of transactions that are being discussed here. One is like the general idea, and one is an actual database transaction. So there you go, whatever. Kind of interesting stuff. You haven't heard of TPCC before? Plenty of YCSB. Yeah, so YCSB, that's a newer one, and that was all about the NoSQL movement. I think YCSB sort of started for like Cassandra or something like that, right? Let's find out. Released in 2010. YCSB was contrasted with the TPCH benchmark from the Transaction Processing Performance Council, YCSB being called a big data benchmark, TPCH is a decision support benchmark. So TPCH, again, is all about the analytics side. I think TPCC is all about the quote unquote transaction processing side, like we were saying. TPCH is about like, let's run a big old honking join, group by, aggregate, whatever it is on, you know, large data banks, so to speak. Tick Boom, thank you so much for the 150 bits. Really appreciate it. Very generous of you. But, you know, point is, yeah, they're pretty different. YCSB is like, it's basically like a KV workload, just as you say. TPCH is like, let's scan, you know, gigabytes and gigabytes of data as quickly as we possibly can. Going on your nightstand? Yeah, exactly. Read it for your daughter. Even she speaks Russian, but she always says, okay. Yes. So anyway, and it's, yeah, this thing is fun, right? It's like, this is like some sort of, what is this? Is this like a punch card or something? I'm too young to know. This is looking pretty suspicious, like some sort of dumb terminal or a punch card situation or something a little bit odd like that. Anyway, so why don't we go ahead and talk about stuff? I think, by the way, what do you guys think of this like dark mode GitHub thing? I feel like it's hard to read, honestly. Yo, Nikon, what's up? Welcome back. Nice to see you. I feel like this is hard to read, and I'm like struggling to even see it almost. It's like almost too dark, you know? I feel like I'm going to turn it off. I don't know what GitHub settings has, but I feel like they might be kind of private, so I'm going to do it off stream. I don't know why. I feel like they should. I feel like GitHub of all things should have like a pretty good dark mode, but I just feel like it doesn't really. Default light. All right. Okay, that's a little bit better. GH dark mode is mad, but I can't stand white screens. Sorry about that. Well, we're going to white screen mode. Nikon likes GitHub dark. Too dark for 26 variable. It's not dark, it's dimmed. Yeah, that's actually true. The dark one is even worse, but the dimmed one is also too dark, I think. Kadobes, hello. Rip to Tick Tick. Okay, so here's the issue that I wanted to check out, you guys. First of all, let me show you this global business. It's actually pretty neat. So I'm gonna run cockroach demo global nodes equals 9. So what this theoretically does is it spins up 9 in-memory nodes, and it puts each of the in-memory nodes into a different locality. And each of the localities theoretically has some faked latency in between the other localities. And so theoretically, I think it makes sense that this is kind of slow because probably naively, none of this stuff is like partitioned properly, and everything's going to do a significant amount of round trip latency with this sort of fake latency stuff. So let me see if I can actually show off what this would look like latency wise in the UI here. Okay, whoops. Well, I need to. Binary built without UI is a classic problem. Gotta build your binary with, you know what, rather than do this, why don't we just run with cockroach v20.2.2 Darwin cockroach demo global nodes equals 9 empty. Is this gonna work or is this gonna fail for some other reason? This fails for some other reason. Right. We fixed this in 20.21.1, which is not out yet. Okay, that's fine. We'll just compile it from scratch. That's no... Guys. Guys. Okay. We got backups for this sort of situation. We got backups for this sort of situation. And the backup is known as, we're going to do this on a remote machine like we like to do on the stream because it's easier. So we're going to do a make build here. And hopefully this will work okay. Okay. The latest thing I'm griping with, I did not realize that Postgres and Cockroach very eagerly locks a row and reading them inside of a transaction. Wondering if that's going to cause contention in your application during high loads. So we do have this select for update thing, which is the opposite of what you want. I think if you, it probably kind of depends on what you are doing concurrently, right? I think the locking is really going to depend on who else is, if you're doing writes, that's one thing. If you're doing reads, that's another thing. There's kind of a lot of variables. So I'm wondering for you, what those two transactions kind of look like together. For select for update, this is just a normal select, which is what you're confused about. Yeah, that is true. So maybe your example is you're doing a select of a single row and other people are writing a single row. Maybe that's the example. I think if you're doing 2 reads and nobody's writing, shouldn't be any problems there. But presumably you're talking about writing, because otherwise you wouldn't be wondering about this, I think. Threm and SPT Witch, thank you for the follows. Okay, so while this is rebuilding, I'll talk about this problem a little bit. Do some more tests to figure out when it is locking, but the rows should not be updating. Yeah, that's interesting. I wouldn't expect there to be any locks if everybody's just reading. So something sounds like we don't understand what's going on, but interested to see what you find out there. Okay, so the issue that I will demonstrate in a little bit is that with this global simulation thing where there's fake latency between regions in this cluster, it seems like in some situations we have double the latency that we expect. I think that's the complaint. And the idea here is that the way that this is implemented is that there's a little connection wrapper called the delaying con that has a little sleep inside of it. It's very simple, and I'll show it off in a second. the question is kind of like, why would we have double the latency if we've changed the underlying connection to be lazy in a sense? Like it goes to sleep a little bit, but you know, I would expect that if you change the connection to be a little tired, and the connection is being used the same as an ordinary connection, then I wouldn't expect that this would be sort of problematic. And the theory, I guess, is that in gRPC, I guess you guys, if you know about gRPC, you know that there's some different kinds of gRPC connections. There's like these streams, they're sort of multiplexed. You can have bidirectional ones and unidirectional ones and stuff like that. And I think the theory goes that the bidirectional streams get doubled the latency for some reason. Maybe the streams are causing issues because artificial delays aren't being pipelined properly across multiple requests in the same direction. I'm not sure, but something is going wrong. It's a mystery. It's a true mystery. Let me show you where this stuff is actually happening, by the way. So we're gonna jump over to this thing called delaying con. So what a delaying con is what? I think I wrote some of this at one point, but it's been a little while. It's been a little while. Looks like a delaying con has a net.con inside, and it's got a latency that it presumably will be injecting. It's got a last send end, which I guess is the last time that it sent anything. And then it's got a buffer, which I guess the idea is that it sort of buffers stuff up and then holds it and then waits the duration that it's supposed to wait before giving the result back to the client, something like that. Let's take a look at what happens. When you write over a delaying con, what happens is that you get the current time, you check to see whether the current, okay, so you update your last send end if you need to. You make some kind of header, and I think the idea of this header is that on the receiving side, you're gonna get the header and then do stuff depending on it. So, right, the idea is that you're sending along your delay inside of this header. What is this about? Oh, I see. So what you do is you send a packet. You're like, this is the data to read. And by the way, you're not allowed to actually return it until this time. And this time is when you sent it plus the latency. So, and then on the reading side, I guess the idea is that we, first of all, make sure that we have the header and we explode if we don't have it. And then we basically sleep. Time.sleep, until, okay, so we calculate the time between now and when we're supposed to be able to read it, and we sleep that amount of time after we actually read the stuff out from the connection. We defer that sleep and then we leave afterwards. So, I mean, this is pretty straightforward. I don't see anything immediately wrong with this. Like, it's not like we're sleeping both on the write side and on the read side. It's like when we get a packet on the read side of one of these connections, we go to sleep until we're ready to actually read it. So, okay, now that we have that idea, why don't we go ahead and take a look at what this is supposed to look like. Or what it currently looks like, rather. Make this window a little smaller, if possible. Bigger in font, smaller in size. So we're gonna run cockroach demo, nodes equals 9, empty, global. But we also have to start up our SSH tunnel so we can look at the DB console.
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search.
How are you gonna do that?
By guessing.
Do I not have this in my... Did I like lose all of my ZSH history or something like that? I'm always relying on my ZSH history to do like 90% of my work. And when it goes away, I get very sad. Yo, Kentleton, thank you for the follow. So we're gonna say, okay, PSAUX, grab SSH. I think we need to basically say, and then I need to pass an argument to this. So I think I say dash, can I just pass it like this? 80, or it's 9090 localhost. I actually want to be looking at 8080, don't I? Does that work? How do I send options to this SSHer? Yo, Caro XYS, thank you for the follow. All right, well, we have to figure this out the hard way. SSH flag equals dash A. M1 Mac didn't get here yet. What's up, Lithium? I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe it'll get here soon. I guess I can say G-Cloud Compute SSH GCU worker Jordan. Does this work on its own? Okay, this works. Then I just need to say dash L 8080 localhost. Mawif, you were right. Needed the dash dash. Okay, so then over here we should be able to do this. This is looking pretty happy. I can log in with this password, demo password here. And great. Okay, so what I wanted to show you is in network latency. This is kind of hopefully the thing that can prove to you that we actually have faked latencies that are sort of working. And so check it out. We've got 9 nodes. 3 of them are in Europe West 1, 3 of them are in US East 1, and 3 of them are in US West 1. And the way that this latency matrix works, it's pretty neat. It lets you see for any 2 nodes, what is the latency between them by looking, finding the right spot in the matrix. So you can see that all of the nodes in Europe West 1 are talking to each other with less than a millisecond of latency, which is, since they're just talking on a local machine, that makes sense. I'm not sure how realistic that would be in an actual data center, but whatever. And then between all of the nodes in US East 1 is the same. Between all of the nodes in US West 1 is the same. And then between, let's see, so between US East 1 and Europe West 1, we see 64 milliseconds of latency. So I think we hard coded that somewhere that says it's going to be about 64 milliseconds in between Europe and US East 1. Between US West and Europe West, we see 146 milliseconds. And then between US West and US East, we see 60 milliseconds. So I think this is sort of working as expected, right? There's no hacks in here that says, like, especially for the network latency page, put something fake. It's actually trying to do measurements, is my understanding. It's doing some pings, it's doing something like that, and that kind of proved that at least the demo fake latency thing is like vaguely working. Is this round trip latency? That's a good question. I think it in the tooltip, in fact, it even says round trip latency. 64 milliseconds round trip. This is interesting. So why don't we, let's dive into this a little bit more. So if I search, let's see, where is this? Where do we set this stuff up? Simulate latency. Where do we set this stuff up? Artificial latency map. Okay, so here's where we're gonna initialize this map, I think. Where do we initialize this map? Kind of seems like we... it's got to be somewhere around here. Got to be somewhere around here. What if I search for Europe, EU? Demo locality test. Maybe, is there a file called demo locality? No. Where do we set this stuff up? Why am I so confused by this here? Source locality map. Region to region latency. Okay, here we go. Okay, so check this out. This is where we set it up. It's in demo.go. And we set up this basic map that says between, yeah, it's the same things that I said earlier. Between US East 1 and Europe West 1, we see 64 milliseconds. Between US East 1 and US West 1, we see 66. And then between the two, we see 146. I think I actually might have measured this. Did I write this? Who wrote this? I wrote this in 2019. Okay. So, and then what do we actually do with these? We take this locality map, we set up now a map that says, let's see. All servers have been started enough to know their own RPC serving addresses, but nothing else. Assemble the artificial latency map. So we get this empty map and we find the locality of each server. Yeah, so we look at each server's configuration. We get its locality by looking up its region. And we then grab its, why is this called map? It seems, oh, is it a map of maps? It's a map of maps. It maps one region to another region to the ping, I guess. Cloudping.co/grid. Cloudping.co. Oh wow. So this is like a giant mega version of this entire thing. That's pretty cool. So you can see between San Paulo and Asia Pacific, you have 313 milliseconds. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So we pick up our locality map, and then for each of the servers, again, we do a double nested loop kind of thing. We skip the self one. We find the... Anyway, we're basically just looking up this latency. It's just a loop that does that. Hard to phrase it, but I think the idea is pretty simple. All right, so then how do we actually look at this stuff later? Let's find out. So I think over here, this is in our RPC context file, which is the file that is setting up these network contexts. So like the gRPC connections that allow you to talk to other nodes in the cluster, I think, is the idea of this file. And it looks like if we have this latency map, then what we do is we set up a special dialer. We inject the latency into this artificial latency dialer thing. And this thing ultimately will trickle down into this delaying connection thing that we were talking about earlier, which has the latency at the bottom. So, okay, this kind of makes sense. I think the next question that we're gonna have to ask is like, why is it not really acting as we expect? And maybe to do that, we should jump into the shell and see sort of what happens when we do things here. So why don't we go ahead and make a table. A primary key as select star from generate series 1 through 1,000. And this is like super slow, right? Because of reasons, because of our fake network latencies. In fact, maybe it's twice as slow as it ought to be. I'm not sure. So now if I say show ranges from table A, what do I get? I see that the leaseholder is 6. The leaseholder locality is in Europe West. And how can I know what node I'm on? I don't actually know how to do that. How do I know what the region of my local fake demo node is, I wonder? Let's see if we have anything in our docs for that. CockroachDB show local region? Show locality. Okay, great. So if I say show locality, then it says I'm in US East 1 AZB. So if I think I were to say something like alter table A. Wait, how do I do this again? Let's see. I don't really know, like I don't have it queued up in my head, all of these different range and leaseholder movement commands. I just don't use them that often. I know there's something called alter table split at, and then I know that there's alter table scatter. And I thought that there's also something called like pin the, just like be like, hey, please move the leaseholder to this particular location. But I don't know if that's actually true. What if I just keep saying scatter until it hopefully lands on replica number 1? Alter table A scatter. And then I say show ranges from table A.
Too big. I have to narrow down the search.
Same thing.
How are you gonna do that? By guessing.
I'm Josh Vo. Thank you for the follow. Specify the partition. Yes, but I don't want to really mess with that. I kind of just want to. There we go. Okay, so now that the leaseholder is 1, I think that I'm also on node 1, right? Show locality. I wish that show locality, is there like a show node ID? Or should be show node ID. I feel like there isn't necessarily, what if I say show queries? Does it say what node? Node ID 1, okay, so I'm on node ID 1. This leaseholder is now on node ID 1. So now I think if I were to say select star from A limit 10, this should be fast because it's local. And then, but if I were to say alter table A scatter again until I got a bad leaseholder, leaseholder is now 6, and we know that that means that it's in Europe. And I were to say select star from A limit 10, this should take 60 milliseconds or whatever it is. 130 milliseconds. 130 milliseconds. So that's the thing that I think people are confused about, right? It's like, even though it kind of implies that we're doing 2 round trips, but I think people expect that there just to be 1 round trip here. So if I say and explain on this, distribution full, I think means that we're doing dissequel for this. So if I were to say set dissequel equals off and then run it again, then I get 66 milliseconds. Okay, wait, and now the leaseholder's moved back to local because probably the load has told the leaseholder, hey, you should migrate to my local node. This is cool. I feel like I should get used to doing these global demos and do them more because I think there's a lot of really neat stuff that I rarely talk about on the stream that is actually kind of core to what CockroachDB is all about. And I'm not used to talking about it just quite enough. So this is a note to self, get more comfortable with this kind of thing. Anyway, so the point is that there's some suspicious stuff here happening, right? Going back to this issue, the issue is saying that if we do a write, for example, Nathan expects that we should just be doing a single round trip for this. And in fact, it's showing the same thing that we're seeing here when we run the read through dissequel, which is that we see 2 round trips worth of latency. And I think that there's another conversation similar to this one that says that there really should only be 1 round trip in this thing. So how are we going to debug this? How are we going to debug this is a question that I have. So okay, first of all, I would like to learn how to pin the leaseholder. That's something that I think I should know how to do. CockroachDB pin leaseholder. It seems like a basic thing that I don't really remember how to do. Distributed trace, exactly. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Dirter has the right idea.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Leaseholder? Lease preferences. Yes. It's gonna look something. Constrain leaseholders to specific availability zones. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, so if we say Alter Z Timus, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alter table A. Configure zone using constraints equals region equals EU. I think it's Europe West 1. What happens if I do this? Actually, I think we want this least preferences, not the constraints. Least preferences. I don't know why this is a different syntax. I know people have complained about this. I think we have some really exciting stuff coming down the pipe in terms of ease of use of configuring this stuff. It's going to be really awesome, and it's coming in our very next release. I'm really excited that that's going to exist, but I'm not going to talk about it now because I don't really have it prepared. You'll see a lot about it. I'm hoping that would be a good thing to do on stream. After 21.1 comes out, I will try to do a big demo on some of this new multi-region capabilities that we have. Somebody did one internally, and it was extremely awe-inspiring. And I would like to learn how to do that demo myself. So US West 1, or Europe West 1, right? What happens if I say this? Oh God, I've made something horrible. Let's try again. Least preferences cannot be set unless the constraints are explicitly set as well. What the heck? Possibly a tangent, but I was trying to figure out the docs when the leaseholder could be different to the range's raft leader and did not manage to figure it out. Yeah, I asked about this at one point. Was it because somebody asked me about it on stream? I can't remember, but somebody explained to me that it's kind of an implementation detail. Sometimes the leaseholder can be different, but it's sort of an edge case and it doesn't really happen often. And as a user or even as a developer of Cockroach, you can kind of just think of it as the leaseholder is always the same as the raft leader. That's my understanding anyway. So I think I also have to say constraints equals like this. And I guess this is saying where the replicas live. So why don't I just put all 3 replicas into Europe? Need to put a comma. This stuff, you see how this stuff is nasty? I think the idea is that we're going to try to improve it. Cannot validate zone config when per replica constraints. Num replicas must be set as well. Okay, fine. So here we just have to say num replicas equals 3. All right, we did it. So now I think if I say select star from a limit 10. Okay, that's weird. Show ranges from A. I'm confused. I am confused. I said alter table A configure zone using num replicas 3. Constraints equals all of them should be in 3, and the least preferences are supposed to be this thing as well. Does it just take some time to migrate? Is that what's going on here? Ah, yes, exactly right. It took some time to migrate, and now they're all living in Europe. Okay, so now if we do a select star from A, limit 10, this should be slow. Right, it's slow. It says 65 milliseconds, and then the problem is that if I say set disequal equals on and then run it again, then I'm gonna see 130 milliseconds, and this is the thing that's mysterious. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start with disequal off. We're gonna run a trace. We're gonna say set auto trace equals on. Then we're gonna say select star from A, limit 10. And this is the good case, meaning the single round trip case. One plane, hello yourself, Data Bay. Nice to see you. Unfortunately, this display is kind of ugly. Rainbow Kappa. Kappa Rainbow. Unfortunately, this display is extremely difficult to read, but maybe we can do it anyway. So basically, check it out. This column here is our sort of timestamp column, or our age column, I guess. Here's our timestamp column. Here's our age column. So this is, I think, the age of the operation at a particular message. So we should scroll down until we see the first point at which we get that 60 millisecond jump. It means that we did a round trip. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Eventually we see all of a sudden that we're at 60 milliseconds. And what is this about? What is this about? I think what happened here is that Does the output not have the typical -W flag for different terminal widths? It does not. Yeah, I don't know why it's. I think the trouble is just that like this table view thing is kind of gross. I think there's. Hold on a minute. I think we can say set display format equals records, and then it'll act a little different. So now it's like in terms of records. Maybe this is a little easier to read. It doesn't have the columns, but at least it's not like way too wide. So let's check our trace again. Eventually we'll see age 60 milliseconds starting. That's right here. It's right here. So I think what we're seeing here is that this log says the node dialer is doing its send, right? So that's what we were looking at before. Underneath here, there's that delaying con. It's sending a packet that says, you know, delay my read on the other end by 60 milliseconds. And then I think what this span start is the span for the batch on the other end. So on the server side, we're receiving this batch request, and we did it 60 milliseconds after we sent it, which seems good, right? Seems pretty good. It does its scan. Wait a minute, but why is this a round trip? This should just be half of that, right? I feel like this should just be half of that. Is the problem literally just that like we have these delays are set backwards? I think that the problem is that these delays are set backwards. Wait. So if we go to our cloud ping here, is this a round trip latency or is this a single? All times are round trip ping times. All times are round trip ping times. And here's what's confusing, guys. In our demo.go, we have, this is supposed to be a round trip ping time. It does it, I'm confused, honestly. I'm confused because the way that the thing is set up, delaying con is used only on the send side. It's only used on the send side. Delaying listener. I'm actually a little bit confused about that. We make a delaying con in two places. One on this listener when we accept a request, and one when we dial. So it kind of feels like we're doing it twice. The only mystery is why then would we not see double the latency here? It kind of feels like here what's happening is that we should either see... Oh, no. Here it kind of makes sense, right? Because we have one connection. We open it up with our... No, I don't know. I'm actually confused. Because I kind of think, okay, look. We open this connection to send the scan request. That connection, if it uses artificial latency dialer, will delay on the receive side. But then on the other side, we also should be listening with the delaying listener. And I think we must not be in this particular case, but in some other case we are. I feel like it's just like, we're not like consistently applying the artificial latency stuff. And it just so happens that in the other place we are, and in this place we aren't, something like that. Ping is always round trip because otherwise you can't measure asymmetric routes. Packet going from A to B, one-legged measurement doesn't give you any indication. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I think it's probably just like we're kind of confused and we've only done this in certain spots. So that's fine. I think, how am I gonna track this down though? It's like kind of a question. So let's have a look here. We make a delaying listener in whatever this thing is. NEL. This is also one of the most confusing things ever. We have this like crazy thing called CMUX. CMUX is essentially this package that like uses a single port. It depends on how the delay is applied. It does depend on how the delay is applied. The way that it works is that we send a packet, a header to all packets that has a timestamp at which you're allowed to start reading. So you start at time t0 and you're supposed to delay 35 milliseconds. We add 35 milliseconds to that timestamp, send that timestamp to the server, and then the server has to wait until that timestamp is hit before it is allowed to actually read stuff. And actually vice versa too, apparently. But anyway, so this CMUX thing is super crazy. Basically, it opens a network connection, and then depending on the protocol, it routes it to different spots. So it lets you use just a single port for different kinds of connections, but I find it deeply confusing. If you have a delay on client server, but the server only delays on outgoing packets, listener only delays on incoming packets, that'd be 2 delays one way and 0 delays the other way? Yeah, exactly. It's something broken like that. And I just need to track down like where we're actually adding these, like whose listeners or whatever, like whose connections are actually opening up with this thing set up. The other thing that's confusing though, you guys, is that this thing, where is it? This thing works properly. So this is our grid that claims to show round trip latency, and this works in the real world. So whatever we're doing here, it's almost as if like only half. Yeah, how the heck does this even work? This network diagnostics thing. The client in this case is a node in the cluster. So I'm talking about client server between two random nodes in a Cockroach DB cluster. The client machine has nothing to do with it. Yeah, this is a neat grid for sure. It's very, really nifty stuff. Truth is, I don't know actually how it's assembled. Why don't we find out? So if I click inspect on this, click network, and then refresh, I should get the route that it uses, right? Seems like it uses the, is it the nodes response preview? This is like all sorts of weird. Liveness? Yeah, I don't know. I don't, okay, we'll find out. We'll get to the bottom of this. Network, diag. What even is a connection in this world? Yeah, so it is confusing because we use gRPC that multiplexes things on top of TCP connections, and that's even more confusing. I'm quite confused about all of this, in fact. Okay, so it says node summary. Nodes summary. Node statuses. Latencies, flat map, healthy IDs. Node status by ID dot activity. Okay, so node status by ID. I guess this is coming from this big nodes thing then. Okay, so if it's from this big nodes thing, then what we ought to do is search for admin server nodes. And where do we get this stuff from? Okay, request remote stats. Remaining responses. Where do we get the latencies though? Where do we get the latencies from? Span stats response. has nothing to do with latency. If you find a good version of the implementation, that would be a good template for fix me entries. gRPC over H2 would be like switching over circuits, but H2 does multiplexing. What? Yeah, it's complicated. I don't even know how this stuff works at all. It seems like unknowably complicated. All these back pressures all working with each other and stuff like that. I don't know. It just seems like really hard to deal with, honestly. Wait, why am I looking at stats for span? I'm looking at the wrong thing. I want to look at this nodes. Look at this nodes helper, maybe? Node status. Okay, this is looking better. Node status has latencies. Oh wait, this was deprecated? No. Okay, what is this version RPC network stats? Man, I have to say that this is giving me some serious grief here. Liveness by node ID? Maybe it's inside of this stuff. No. Maybe it's this. Node status, network activity, latency. Okay, here we go. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Uh-oh. 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 We have a new problem, you guys. My camera just said it was too hot. Maybe this is one problem with using this HDMI thing, is that it gets too hot. That's a major problem. That's a major problem. Stream, it's also hot out. Yeah. Ruffy! Too hot for the camera? It's kind of weird, it doesn't feel that hot. Oh my gosh. I need to get a fan for the camera or something. Ay, ay, ay. This is a disaster. Well, let's see what happens if I just turn it off and turn it on again. Seems safe, right, guys? Hey, it worked. Okay, we're good. Totally good. Not allowed to do long streams with DSLR because capitalism? Another Golang user with Vim bindings? Yes, JKISD. I completely agree with you. That's what I say to people as well. It's kind of like, Vim is great. I love Vim. But you got to have an IDE if you're working on a big project. Okay, so let us figure out exactly how this business works, right? Get network activity. How does it exactly work? It's like we're setting this latency somehow. We have something called current averages, and there's something called remote clocks at all latencies. What is this from? Is this recent? This is not recent. It's from 2017. So there's something called latencies nanos. And this is something complicated with moving averages. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. Round trip latencies at nanoseconds. Okay, so where does this come from? Where does this come from? We're gonna get to the bottom of this. Here's ping duration. And ping duration says receive time dot sub send time. And the way that this works, okay, it's a little pinger. There's a little ping machine. There's a little ping machine, and the ping machine says heartbeat client.ping with a request, and the request contains It doesn't contain the timestamp, but we know the timestamp. Okay, so when we run ping on this thing, this is using a gRPC con. And the question is, does this gRPC con have the delay on it or not? Oh, I think I know what the problem is, you guys. I think I know what the problem is. The problem is that the ping machine does not use the latency dialer. It uses a raw dialer. And so that, but on the receiving side, we do use the latency machine. So when we go to the latency map, it seems correct because we're like, okay, it says 66, that's what we put in. It seems good. But in reality, the problem is that we're only getting one of the delays. So it's sort of like, yeah, it's like kind of working. But on all the actual connections, we get 2 delays. I think that's basically the problem here. So what we can do to fix this is either teach this thing to use a non-raw dialer, or we can, wait a minute. Uh-oh. Before I completely lie, I do see that we have the artificial latency map in here. Maybe it's our context does not contain the right stuff. I'm about to say that I was lying. I feel like I've been lying. Undefined behavior, what is up, my friend? Man. gRPC dial node internal. Well, I basically have no clue where we are at this point. I'm like, what is going on here? This is like, for every connection, we make a heartbeat loop. So that's what that is. And so I feel like at this point, we probably do have our latency map in here. That'd be my guess. That'd be my guess. But you know what we can do is we can find out. Why don't we go ahead and do some debugging here, you guys? I feel like that's the only true way to make this work. Probably is to say down here. Okay. We'll say log.info fctx no artificial latency map found. And I think that this should never be true. If we're running with the latency stuff, this should never really be true. And so we can just move on with their lives and we'll know that something's broken. And in fact, what we should do here is probably put a debug dot, like a, how do you do this again? Debug dot stack. Okay. I feel like that's going to be really helpful. So why don't we go ahead and set this thing up? So let's make a new branch for this. Local changes will be written by checkout, git stash, git checkout master, git stash pop. So we're going to check out a new branch too. We'll call it artificial latency fixes. We're going to say git add one. We're going to say RPC add some more info. It's sort of just like add a log when missing latency dialer. This is not going to be committed, so it's sort of like a do not merge kind of thing. Okay, so we're gonna stash the rest of this stuff. We can push this up, or should we set up our magic syncing machine? I feel like let's set up our magic syncing machine real quick. So, wait a minute, what am I doing? Need to know the IP address of this thing. This thing is, that's me. Close this. Why doesn't this want to close? How do I figure out the IP of this thing again so I can... This is local. IPA? Guess it's this. Okay. Okay, so coming back over here, let's go ahead to our deploy configuration, which we are always setting up for this stream and this stream alone. What's cool about this that I learned is that you can actually set up this IDE to sync automatically to a remote machine, which is really convenient. So I'll put this. We'll say okay. We also need to go ahead and say that when we save, we're going to sync. Wow, it's so warm out. It's really quite magical. And we want to say upload change files automatically to server on explicit save action. Or maybe we, yeah, I don't know about that. Okay, so we'll save this thing here, and then hopefully it will sync to our remote machine, and we can move on with our lives from this whole nightmare. Yeah, the problem is that this is just annoying. It just doesn't work as seamlessly as you'd want. It's never that easy. It's never that easy. I don't know. I hate it. I hate it deeply. Okay, so we have to go now to like our local and check out like what is our SHA that we're looking at here. It's like this thing here. So we're gonna go back to our remote. We'll say get fetch origin. We'll say get check out this thing. And then hopefully we'll be able to be sort of in sync at this point. Right? Okay, so then if we go ahead and like do something like this and then hit save, then hopefully it will sync. Hopefully it will sync and we'll be good to go. Okay, fantastic. So let's do a make build and we'll try again. Yes. In the meantime, it's still a mystery. It's still a mystery. There should be a large databank Banksy crossover event. I'd be down. We just gotta get Banksy on the line. Anybody know where Banksy's at? I can, yeah. I don't have their phone number, but maybe somebody does. Honestly, I feel like I should turn my fan on because it's hot in here. Peter SK, by the way, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we even see this V event. So actually, before we even do this, we should be able to, hold on. So why don't we make a screen session here? We will continue our compile. And then over here on our other screen, we're gonna say cockroach demo. How do I do this so that it... I kind of need to like have logs going at the same time as my shell though, which is going to be a little weird. What if I say log to standard error? It's going to be a little messy, but we'll figure it out. Log to standard error, global, nodes equals 9, empty, vmodule equals, say vmodule equals context equals 1. So that's going to give me this v event. Oh my lord. Okay. But check this out. We got some good stuff here. We have stuff like connecting to node blah with simulated latency 64 milliseconds. So we know that this is happening. Obviously we know that this is happening though. What we actually need to know is it always happening or is it not always happening? And I guess we'll find that out when this is finished compiling. It's a little bit sad that it's so noisy, huh? This is like a nightmare. It's sure doing a lot of stuff too. I don't know what it's doing. Trying to run 9 nodes on the same in-memory cluster. I mean, I will say that this demo nodes 9 thing, it is like kind of hacked up. It's like, it uses this test server abstraction that we use. So it's like, I don't know. I think it very well may be like somewhat broken, but I think we'd like it to be not that broken. I guess we can't really learn too much until we have the other log going. So the other log is going to tell us whether we ever are opening new gRPC stuff without the simulated latency. And yeah, I guess the other thing that we could check is like, okay, so we're running this ping thing, right? What was this ping again? It's like run heartbeat. No, not run heartbeat. Where's our ping machine? It's heartbeat client.ping, right? Heartbeat client.ping. And this is using something called con. Con is what? Con is a connection that is passed in to run heartbeat. This con is what? This con is something from value. Cons.load. I think this is load or store. I don't know. Algoli, is there something like awesome database programming? So you're talking about like we have these like awesome bash prompts or whatever, right? They're these like lists. Awesome shell, a curated list of awesome command line frameworks, toolkits. There's all sorts of awesome stuff. Like, isn't there like an awesome list of awesome lists even? Awesome lists. All about all kinds of interesting topics. I wonder if there's something about databases. Awesome DB. A curated list of amazingly awesome database libraries, resources, and shiny things. I don't know. I mean, this is kind of just like a link to every database ever. Research papers, a list of papers essential to understanding databases. This is cool. I don't know. Algoli, I don't know of anything offhand. Obviously, there's stuff on the internet, though. Flask, what is up? Welcome to the stream. Are you the creator and or embodiment of the Flask Python framework for creating web apps? Because that would be pretty cool. The framework is, in fact, an entity on Twitch. Okay, cool. So if I run this now, do I get a bunch of stack traces? Seems like the answer is no, which is interesting. So what would I be looking for again? It's called what would I be looking for again? No artificial latency map found. No artificial. So that doesn't come up at all, interestingly. Let's just make sure about this. No artificial. Yeah, so that doesn't come up at all. So we're always opening a connection with an artificial latency map. So I guess what this must mean is that we're not always listening with an artificial latency map. Flash the framework or flash the daytime drinking? Always a tough question. Always a tough question indeed. I mean, I guess this is a good thing, but I'm a little bit perplexed, I guess. It is an SLR webcam. Yeah, you can, if you look at my blog post about the setup, which I think is linked from my profile, it says some info about that. The headphones are also, I think, in the list. It's Sennheiser 6XX or something like that. Okay, so let's see here. So then I guess we just have to figure out who the remote receiver is, right? So again, we have this ping machine. This ping machine, heartbeat client.ping. So what is heartbeat client and who listens to heartbeat? Okay, so there's something called heartbeat server. So who implements this thing? Heartbeat server. Register heartbeat service. New server. Would you recommend the headphones? Yeah, I think they're good. They're open back, so it depends on whether you want a closed back or open back headphone. I wanted to get the open back because, well, I feel like I'm still doing a lot of yelling on the stream because it's kind of fun to yell on the stream. It's like you gotta keep the energy up, you know, blah 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 blah. Gives a different kind of tone of voice when you're speaking loudly, even if you're, you know, right close to the microphone. But the idea with the open back is that at least you can hear yourself talk a little bit better, which helps, I think. Closed back, it's kind of like maybe a little bit better for some things, but can't really hear yourself talk too well. So gRPC, I feel like this must be something, right? We're making some kind of RPC server here, and the question is, do we have our receiver here that adds latency? Yes or no? Yes or no? So let's remember this. This is in context.go. And where do we find our delaying listener from? New delaying listener. This gets opened one time. It's so confusing. So confusing. So when you see accept, it gives you a delaying con. And delaying cons, when you, on the accept side, this is like going to be the connection that the server's writing to, right? And so that would sort of imply that both on server and client, you're doing this write and read delay thing. I don't know. Okay, actually, let me quickly take a quick second to say commands, edit, project, debugging the cockroach DB global latency demo. Okay. Thing that I don't understand is when we set this thing up, new server, are we getting the benefit? You know what I should do is I should have another log for this thing, right? I should say else, we're gonna say log.infof, created a listener, created a, I guess it's, what is this? I just don't even know if we call this more than once. I don't know anything. Created an RPC service without the delaying listener. And here we're gonna say, set up a delaying listener. And here we're gonna say this, we're gonna say debug.stack so we can know where we're at, right? Debug dot, what? Oh, is debug like bound to some other thing here or something like that? Oh my God, this is so annoying. Okay, so we'll have to say go debug. LAN PC master, level of abstraction. I don't think it's so bad. Ask your questions. I'm happy to talk about what I'm doing. Basically what we're doing is we have CockroachDB. It's a database. It's a distributed database. There's multiple nodes in the database. We have this demo that allows you to set up artificial latencies between the nodes in the cluster to simulate what it would be like to have a server that had latencies in between them. And something's going wrong, so we're debugging it. That's the summary. What do you think? Go debug dot. What the heck? What is the name of the debug package normally? I'm so confused. Debug dot. Wait, what? Am I just forgetting? Debug dot print stack. Isn't there something like this? There totally is. And the name of this package is what? It's runtime slash debug. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Go debug, runtime, debug. MD layer, what's poppin'? What do you think about my artificial latency machine as a networking person? What do you think about it? The other approach to all of this is, of course, that you could use something like Kubernetes or whatever. Not Kubernetes, like Docker. Docker, you can like inject all sorts of weird network machines into it, right? And it'll like work out. But we wanted to do it all in one process. Net.con are pretty rough. Cautious and use xnet net test to verify compliance. I have not thought of doing that. That seems pretty smart. Okay, so we start this thing up, and do we get anything that says created on RP? No, we don't. So I don't get it. Frankly, I don't get it. Why don't we add another log to our delaying listener that says that I accepted a connection? We're gonna say debug.log.infof ctx accepted a, I guess this is, do I have a context here? I guess I don't. Yeah, that's annoying. Let's add a context to this guy. Okay, so we've added our context. We're going to say log.infof ctx accepted a connection that I will be delaying. I'll do it here. And do I have any information about this C? Local adder, remote adder? I guess I'll say from S to S. C dot remote adder, C dot local adder. And this is not working because it doesn't have an info F on it. Net test, testcon for the win, test listener and test packet come, take them over and land them. That'd be cool. Twitch is excellent to sharpen your skills in English. Yeah, dude. Chat away. Chat away. Where are you at with your custom PC? Juice Cop, where I'm at is basically that. It's sitting on my desk and it's just chilling and it can do stuff, but I can't stream with it yet because I don't have a second monitor. I'm hoping to blog about that pretty soon. It's a good point. Good reminder. I should probably write a blog about that. It was a fun experience. But I feel like it's not complete. You know, I got to get that monitor, then I can write a blog, right? When it's like, I did this project and I use it for everything now, and this is what's good about it, this is what's bad. It's still, I would say it's still kind of in progress. So accepted a connection that I will be delaying from blah to blah. Okay, so we'll recompile with this. Maybe what I ought to do is, instead of running with 9 fake nodes, I should just run with 2. Make it a little bit simpler. Maybe that would be a good way to debug this. What is the bug? I should link to this. I should have put this into the exclamation point project. But basically, the bug is that in certain circumstances, this artificial latency thing gives us double the artificial latency that we expect. But not in every case. A post after using it sometime with something other than macOS would be cool. Yeah, totally. Okay, so if I run again now, wait, I want. Accepted a connection that it will be delaying from this to this. Okay, well, that's at least something. I guess this still doesn't really tell us anything. I guess I should have. Okay. There's some things I can do to improve this. Here's what we're going to do. We're going down to where we do the output logs, and we're going to say with simulated. Number in blue on the leftmost edge of the screen? Do I have one of those? I'm not sure. So how do I know my source? How do I know where I'm dialing from? Oh, this is the, what is this? I think it's the year and the date. I is info, 21 is 2021, 03 March 26th. Sub follow banners, oh my gosh. That's a disaster. Okay, we're gonna fix that right now. Did I fix it? Is it fixed? I can't even tell. It's like my little preview window is too small. Okay, how about now? 3 more? All right, I'll do it live with you guys. Position 0. It's negative, dude. It has to go negative. I don't know why. Unhappy. Okay, it looks good. Thanks for the feedback. Okay, how do I know where... Is it not done yet? Does it need one more? I can't tell. Anyway, okay. How do I know where... Uh-oh, did I do it one too many? It doesn't matter. I'm gonna leave this alone now. How do I know where I'm dialing from? I feel like I don't know. Maybe once I make the connection con down here, I feel like con dot, no. I'm confused about the different sort of like cons that are available, honestly. Because here we have So accept gives you a net.con. And what I have over here is something else, I guess. What I have over here is oh, it's probably some sort of gRPC thing, right? Over here I have a client con, which has all sorts of weird stuff inside. Gamozo, thank you so much for the giant raid. Everybody, welcome to the stream. Gamozo, thank you so much. I hope you had a great stream, by the way. What were you up to? Tell us everything. Did you have a good time? Is it Friday for you? Presumably yes. Is it a nice day for you? Maybe yes, hope so. But anyway, welcome everybody. I'm Jordan. I typically do streams about CockroachDB, which is the open source distributed database of choice that I work on for my day job, but also on stream. Today what we're doing is we're working on a bug fix to this demo that we have that adds artificial latencies between a local cluster so that people can figure out what does it mean to have a global cluster of CockroachDB? How does that feel? What are the things that happens when you have latencies in between your nodes in the distributed system? So there's a little bit of a bug. We're trying to fix it, but that's kind of what we're up to. But love answering questions about databases. Love talking about whatever. So drop your questions in the chat, and everybody welcome. Yay! Gamoza was writing an operating system in Rust. That is exciting, deeply exciting. Sleep time for you, OS development, basic bootloader stages. That does sound deeply exciting. He says he's Jordan, but he's actually the database you never knew you needed. Yo, Sora, what's up? Yes, that is me from Paul's stream. I am recording this, yes. Elton Field, no problem. Have a bounce. Rebel Elder, what is up? Urchat is also working on an OSS distributed database. Tell me everything. Which distributed OSS database are you working on? And everybody, by the way, thank you all so much for the follows. Make America Smart Again, Shoda, Legit Pudding, Sora, Pepegar, External, and Xeno PH, and Rarut. Thank you guys all so much for the follows. We were just looking at, yes, we're just trying to debug these delays. We're trying to understand where the delays are coming from and why they're not coming from the right places some of the time. Apache Geode, it's the Windows of distributed databases. I don't know exactly what that means, but it sounds fun. The idea of adding distributed latency is interesting for testing scenarios. Yeah, I think so too. Honestly, most of the time we're using this for not tests, but just sort of demos, showing off to people like, hey, you know, if you make your schema this way, if you set up your partitions this way, if you put your leaseholders like this is what it's going to kind of be like, even if you have latency between your nodes. That's sort of the idea of the demo. Do you know if Cockroach uses heap file organization to organize pages in files? So we use Pebble, which is kind of like a RocksDB clone or fork or whatever, reimplementation in Go. It's a Go LSM tree implementation. So if you can look at CockroachDB Pebble, this is kind of our storage engine. And so if you read a little bit about how LSM trees work, I think that's kind of probably the answer that you're looking for. LSM tree, you can look it up on Wikipedia, but it's all about storing these sort of immutable sorted string tables and merging them together to create a thing that sort of feels mutable, a big map, but actually is composed of immutable chunks arranged in a tree. Using something like Jepsen for testing. Yeah, we do. We have Jepsen. We run a Jepsen every night at Cockroach. We did a Jepsen, like an official Jepsen report a long time ago, but we haven't done that in a while. Sora, looking forward to seeing some production Go code, only seen basic examples. Is this demo in the examples folder? It's actually part of the actual Cockroach binary. It's sort of like a feature that isn't really like sanctioned in a sense. It's something that we're trying to make a public feature, but it's sort of just been a development feature. But if you download Cockroach, I think actually if you download Cockroach 20.2, it's broken, so don't do that. But if you download the previous version of Cockroach or the master version of Cockroach and you run something like Cockroach demo global nodes equals 9 empty, this is going to make you a global Cockroach DB cluster sort of ish that has 9 nodes that has fake latencies. So what I've been showing off on stream so far is like, if I go to my web browser here, and I check out this latency map. So if I log into this using this demo login thing, and you go and check out the network latency grid here, I guess give it a sec to populate all the connections between the nodes. But you'll start to see that, you know, between the nodes that are in quote unquote Europe West, you see almost no latency. If you see between the nodes in Europe West and US East 1, you see 70 milliseconds, and between Europe West and US West, you see 170. But this is all fake, you know, it's all basically the connection just going to sleep for a little bit, given some arbitrary latency amount. We store a little map. It's like, okay, well, if you're talking between Europe and US West, you're probably going to see 170 milliseconds, so please delay yourself by that amount. The Designing Data Intensive Applications book has a good explanation of LSM trees. It's been a while since I've read that, but that sounds about right. Do you implement multi-master model for this database? Yeah, so Cockroach, it's, I guess, what's a good word for that these days? It's called a homogeneous model, right? So every node is like every other node. You can connect to any node via SQL, and it acts just the same as any other node. It's kind of the idea. So underneath the hood, we use Raft to do replication and consensus. And there's a Raft group per range of data in CockroachDB. A range of data is just like a chunk of a table, basically. So for each range, we have a little consensus group going on in Raft, and the leaseholder of that consensus group lives on some arbitrary node. Kind of the idea there. There's like a special word for this that I can't remember right now. Like, this distributed system is a blah distributed system where all nodes are the same. I can't remember the special word for that, but that's the idea. Anyway, we were trying to figure out how to actually get the right information in our logs to debug what the heck is going on with this. And honestly, we're feeling a little bit like we don't have quite enough information, but that is okay. I think given this gRPC connection, I would really love to see the underlying connection, but it looks like we're not really allowed to see that. So I'm gonna give up on that. And I think maybe what I can do instead is, so basically, right, we're sort of staring at these logs. That's kind of what we're up to. We're staring at these logs and trying to add enough logs to figure out what's going wrong. And I think what we have here, we can see that we're connecting to node X with simulated latency, blah. We write down the node ID that we're connecting to. And I think maybe what we could do is when we accept the connection, what is that? Where is that? Accepted a connection that I would be laying from, I guess we should add a few things. We're gonna add delaying by D from S, and then it would be nice if we could have the node IDs in here too, but I don't know if we have enough information at this point to do that. We kind of don't. But at least we can put the latency, and I think that's going to help us figure out what's going on. So we're going to write down delaying by... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, put a default latency as the server's con. This value will get populated as packets are exchanged across the delaying connections. Okay, wait. This is seeming super screwed up. I don't understand what this is about, but it seems a little bit unhappy. Which log are you using for colorized output? We use this thing called glog. Oops, glob. No, glog. I think this is where the colorfulness comes from, but I actually don't truly know. Where's the cat and Jan Polak? Thank you guys also for the follows. But this is very suspicious. The fact that we're setting this to be 0, but then it changes later. I wonder if this is kind of the root of our problems here. Basically, what it seems like is going on is that when we get the first iteration of our connection to read from its friend. So, right, we're a server, we're getting from a client some information, including the delay milliseconds in this header thing. So basically, you guys, look, we're setting this header over the network that includes some magic bytes, the time that we're allowed to be reading at. So that's going to be the timestamp of the send plus the latency, the size, I guess, for reasons, and then the actual delay. And I think what's kind of crazy is that we seem to be setting the latency on the remote side to that time once we get the first packet. And I wonder if this is where things are going wonky. So how can we debug this exactly? Write a unit test. That would be smart. I don't really want to, but maybe I should. I feel like the unit test is just going to say that it's going to work, though. I feel like the thing that's obviously got to be broken here is that I don't know, honestly. At least you can rule out some easy cases. Yeah. Okay. All right. You've convinced me. We'll make a unit test. So we'll make something in. So we're gonna say func test delaying con. It's gonna be painful to write this because I don't even know how to use these network interfaces at all, but I guess we'll have to find out. We need to get some sort of listener. A good reason to write it. Yeah, I agree. Toxi proxy. Yeah, I've heard about Toxi proxy. That thing is pretty cool. But isn't it sort of like an external thing that you have to inject in using like, I think we actually use this for some other stuff. We use this for some like, yeah, this is like an external thing, which is good. We use this for some like chaos testing, I think, but it's nice to have internal. That read method has a value, not pointer receiver, and it tries to set. Does it really? Well, that would be a huge disaster. What if chat just found my problem? What if chat just found my problem, huh? Who needs unit tests when you have Twitch chat? let's just check to see that that's actually the case here. Okay, so read D. It's clearly the problem. It's clearly the problem. All right, who likes a single character fix? Who likes a single character fix? That's truly the dream, huh? Twitch test, state-of-the-art testing paradigm. This feels like a good moment. Good moment for the stream. We've leveled up. All thanks to Alf the Noob. Everybody thank Alf the Noob for being awesome. It's pretty good. It just goes to show who is asking about production Go code. Whoever was asking about production Go code, just so you know, production Go code too can have terrible mistakes like setting stuff on value receivers and having it be completely ineffectual. Distributed Twitch chat sends tasks to multiple chats for manual execution. Yeah, dude. You know, okay. Here's a take. Why does Go not notice when you set something useless on a value receiver? Like, how is that not something that the compiler pays attention to and tells you about? It feels like a huge waste of everybody's time to not do that. Okay, we'll try this again now. See what happens. so let's take a look at our network page. It's going to make us re-sign in with the new password. So a value receiver, it's not about, no, it's about like when you implement a, yeah, so now it's all double. So that was the issue, huh? Value receiver versus pointer receiver. Check it out. Check it out. Let's say you write a class thing or a struct that has methods on it. This is called the receiver. So it's sort of like the, what would you call this in C++? I don't know. The class, I guess. You can either decide to have a value receiver, which looks like this, or a pointer receiver, which looks like this. And the question is, when you call a method on an object, on a struct, are you passing in a copy of that struct, or are you passing a pointer to the struct? And if it's a value receiver and it doesn't have a star, it means that you're passing a copy of the object that you're calling the method on, the struct that you're calling the method on, into the method itself. So this would be a copy. If I have this, on the other hand, this means that I have a pointer receiver, and it means that this D is actually a pointer to whoever is invoking, to the delaying listener that's getting accept invoked on it, if that makes sense. Does it make sense to make always pointer receivers? I think it's probably a decent rule of thumb, but there's reasons why you don't want to do that. Like, causes things to escape to the heap and causes allocations where you don't want allocations sometimes. Anyway, so check it out, you guys. That was the whole problem. We fixed that, and now what we see is double latencies. And so I think at this point, what we have to do is have half the estimated latency. But then I think in the end, we're still going to have a problem. I feel like this doesn't actually totally fix it, though. This doesn't actually totally fix it, because the problem is now what we're going to see is probably we're going to see a 4x latency problem. So let's try it out. We're going to say create table A. If you intend to call the method through an interface, you need to use a value receiver? That sounds backwards. I think you need to use it through a pointer receiver. Does Go auto deref pointers? Yes, it does. You can just call a method right on a pointer, and it's the same as if the object was a value. So if I do this, and then I'm going to say, do my configure zone thing. Not backwards? Do I know how SpaceX uses the database? I think that there's some information on that on our use cases page. I would check our website for that. I don't know offhand. And I think if I did, I probably wouldn't be able to tell you. So check out the website to find out more. So I do that, configure my zone. So now if I say select star from A, limit 10, then I get 130 milliseconds latency, which is that what we expect, or is that twice what we expect? What I just did is I pinned the leaseholder to be in Europe, and our round trip to Europe is supposed to be 60 milliseconds. So this is twice what we expect, but it's fine because we still haven't adjusted it to be half of the latency. I think our latency map is essentially a one-way latency map, and we need to have all of the numbers. But let's just double check to see if we shouldn't ever see 260 milliseconds here, even if our sort of dissequel thing is off, which was the other thing we were looking at. So if we say dissequel equals off, what this means is that we're not going to distribute the reading machine that does this read. We're going to do it locally and use a different protocol. And this should hopefully also be 130 milliseconds, and it is. So that's very good. Very, very good. And if we say set dissequel equals on, we should still see 130 milliseconds. That is fantastic. Okay, so hold on a minute. If I say now, let's see, the original bug, what did it have? It said that I'm supposed to see a single round trip for inserts. I'm supposed to see a single round trip for inserts. So I think if I just say insert into A values some big value, this should see 131 milliseconds. And that's what we want because we're still in a regime where our latencies are twice what they're supposed to be hard-coded. So I think at this point, all I've got to do to complete this fix is to go to our RPC. What is it living in again? Is it in context echo? Where is our fake map of stuff? Where is our fake map of stuff? RPC. Region to region latency. Okay, so this thing lives in demo.go. So check this out. This is now, I think what we need to do is say like, well, should we just have them on demand? Why don't we just have them on demand? So, so we're gonna say round trip latency is collected from this, and we're gonna say insert pair. I think what we'll do is we'll make this into a const thing here. So we're gonna say const. This will be called. I don't think I can have a const map, can I? And go. I'll say var region round trip latency is equals map region pair to int. And then what I'm gonna do is say, get rid of this stuff. I'm gonna say, make another var for region one-way latencies. So this way we'll just have to kind of, it'll be sort of simple to see, since everybody's thinking in terms of round trip latencies. The hard-coded map will be round trips, and then we'll sort of edit it to be better down here. So we're gonna say for region latency, I guess it's for pair latency in range region round trip latencies. We're gonna say region one-way latencies is equal to of pair is equal to latency divided by 2. Try a transaction involving multiple raft groups. That's a good idea. I'll do that next. Wouldn't that need nested rafts? No. So the way that we do that in Cockroach is we use a two-phase commit protocol. Okay, so we're gonna make this new map. We loop through the region one-way latencies. Okay, so here's where we're gonna explain what's going on. We record one-way latencies next because the logic in our delaying con and delaying listener is in terms of one-way network delays. Okay, so then I think what we should do is also get rid of our unit test that was never a unit test, go back to context and say honestly, I feel like I should have another file for this, the delaying con stuff. Why don't I just make it, well, I'll do this in a separate commit maybe, because it's a little bit messy to do both at the same time. So we'll say delaying con is a wrapped net.con that introduces a one direction latency. I guess, how do I say this? Introduces a fixed delay into all writes to the receiver. from all writes to the connection, I guess I'll say. The implementation works by specifying a timestamp at which the other end of the connection is allowed to read the data, and sending that timestamp across the network in a header packet. On the read side, a sleep is introduced after the data is read to a sleep, I guess I'll say a sleep until the timestamp is introduced after the data is read, before the data is returned to the consumer. How about that? Okay, that's helpful. That's helpful. So note that the fixed latency here is a one-way latency. So if you want to simulate a round trip latency of X milliseconds, you should use a delaying con on both ends with X over 2 milliseconds of latency. Okay, how about that? I feel like we're getting in business. This is going to be helpful next time somebody has to debug this stuff. I wonder if this to-do was really about not knowing about this pointer receiver trick. I think I'm going to delete this to-do because it seems to work pretty well at this point. So once we receive our first packet, we set our delay to the expected delay that was sent on the right side. Alrighty. Let's take a look at this. We can delete that extra. We can delete this. There's a bunch of things to delete, actually. We're going to use the slightly scary get co-p option, which allows us to discard hunks one by one. We're going to keep this. We can get rid of this because we don't need this context in our delaying listener. We're going to keep this. I'm going to keep this. I'm going to keep this. Keep this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. And get rid of this. Okay, so our diff should be a little bit cleaner now. We just have this change to the latencies map to have it. And we're returning a value or a pointer thing for delaying con. We've changed this to be a pointer receiver so we can actually write to it. And then we remove the to-do. That's it. Okay, great. So let's make a commit here. Git add 1, 2. We're going to say git commit. So we're going to say CLI fix demo latencies. Previously, the demo latencies, I guess we could say demo -- global latencies. Previously, the global flag to demo had some inconsistent behavior. Some of the time the expected latencies were double what, or the expected. The actual latencies, the actual global latencies were double what we would expect. The reason for this was that we were accidentally only introducing a delay on one of the sides of the connection some of the time. The fix was to change a method to use a pointer receiver. I'm gonna include a thanks to Alf the Noob. Thanks to Alf the Noob for noticing this one character mistake. Okay, release note. Release note, CLI change. Fix the artificial latencies introduced by the global flag to demo. All right. Anyway, so wait a minute. Actually, there's one thing that we have to fix, which is that we have to get rid of this log message too. So we're gonna say get rebase-i head tilde, and we're gonna delete this commit. And we're gonna say get push you mine. Can make a PR. Okay, so we'll make a PR here. Fix demo global latencies. Blah, blah, blah. We're gonna say fixes. We're gonna put this issue number. Why don't we just, I think we already did this. Oh, you know what we didn't do is we didn't double check that this halving thing worked. So let's quickly do a test of that. Honestly, we probably should write a unit test of some sort for this, but it's just a little tricky because it's at such the top level of the whole stack, and a little annoying to do it. A little annoying to do it. What I want is an end-to-end test that's like startup cockroach with -- global. Make sure that the latencies are kind of what you'd expect, but a little tricky to do that. You know, you could assert that you're injecting all the connections with the special latency delayer thing, but I don't know. Not sure if tests like that are really worth the high degree of effort that you have to use to make them. Whoops, I also haven't had my stream labels on, so everybody who hasn't been getting credited in the top left there, let's fix that. You could write a tickle test, but it's annoying. We have tickle tests actually in this code base. So we could do a little bit more of that, but yeah, it is pretty annoying. Philo, Pylo, Hermit1, B, Prism, Urchat, Mr. Moon, and D Silent, thanks for the follows, you guys. Okay, so if I run this now again, let's do exactly the scenario that we did in this example here, just to make sure. Do this. Do this. Do this. Well, that's not right. You know what probably happened here? Get status. Okay. Why did I think that we had gotten to the bottom of this? I was pretty sure we had. Okay. Let's try to figure out 70 milliseconds. Oh, it's because of the... I think it's because it's sort of random where these things get placed. So the example here is that we have to make sure that this is exactly what we're getting. So let's make that happen. We're gonna say create table KV. We're gonna say alter table KV. Configure zone using number equals 3. We're gonna constrain it to look exactly like this. So we're gonna say region US East 1. We're gonna make this one replica lives in region US East 1. one replica is going to live in region US West 1, and one replica is going to live in Europe West 1. Do I need pluses? Neutral Dread, thanks for the follow. Okay, so now our replica's in the right spot, and then let's see what happens when we insert. We see 131 milliseconds. Does it have to do with where the leaseholder lives? The leaseholder here lives in East 1, and the leaseholder here lives in East 1. So well, I feel like the plot is not yet completely it's random? Oh, it works the first time. It's probably because they have to establish connections between each other. So maybe that's kind of expected then? I don't know. This is interesting. Let's do this. First, we're gonna send this PR. We're gonna. I don't know. We're just gonna send this PR. I don't know who to review this exactly. We'll find that out later. And we're gonna say over here in this issue, we're gonna say, so the patch in this thing, I think will fix this issue. The problem was that we were only introducing the delay on one side some of the time, but so some of the time, like in the network latencies chart in the DB console, the latencies looked correct. But other times, the delay was introduced on both sides and we got double the expected latencies. However, I am noticing that on the very first time we run an insert, we do get higher latencies than expected. I think this is because connection establishment takes extra time, but I have no idea. Or it's not extra time, it's extra round trips. Have a look at this log from a binary built after the linked PR. So we'll copy this stuff. Copy all this. We can clean it up. Just delete some of these extra logs that we don't need. Muddle our point, you know? Don't let that happen. Never let your point get muddled. So we're gonna delete this. First request needs to look up where the data lives. Question mark, which raft has it? If you do a trace, it should be clear what's happening. It's a good point. Let's find out. So we're gonna close our thing, open our thing again. we're going to create our table. We're going to configure its zone. And then we're going to say set auto trace equals on. Then we're going to say insert into KV values 1, 1. And try to look at some giant trace output. You know what we should really do? Let's try this one more time, and we're going to set our output to be the easier kind to read. So it's not a total nightmare to try to read it. So we're going to say create table, alter table, set display format equals records. Then we can say set auto trace equals on, and then insert. Okay. And so let's first of all double check what the timings are. The timings are 138 milliseconds. So this is our extra long insert that we don't expect. And now we can try to take a look at this trace to figure out where the latency gets included at. So the first time that we see significant latency is where? So wait, this is 100 milliseconds. These are milliseconds, the first 3. So the first time that we see any latency is here. This is the first 60 millisecond hop. And it says query cache add. So yeah, I guess you're right. This is probably, it's having to go to talk to the descriptors table. No. What is this? Because here's the other thing is that like some caches should be already populated because we had to make the table in the first place. I mean, it does kind of look like we had to look up in the namespace table. So the namespace table is the thing that tells you, given a name of a SQL table, what the ID of the SQL table is. And then you can look up more information about it. Like its schema. But we don't see any calls to the schema, to the descriptors table. Maybe it's kind of like the namespace table is missing some caching or something in this case. Like if you do a create and then you do an insert right after, we don't cache that namespace table or something like that. Don't you have to look up where the row lives? A lot of that stuff is already pre-cached. You're talking about the like meta 1 and meta 2 ranges that tells you where ranges live themselves. I think that stuff gets like heavily cached. I think that the thing that's broken is a create followed by an insert doesn't cache the name to descriptor mapping, and that's possibly the issue. Anyway, so if we keep going down, we do a plan, and then eventually we're gonna get another 60 milliseconds when we no write-through cache for tables. Yeah, it's something like that. The other weird thing, though, is that once we get down here, we see 300... Oh, no, this is 38. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. I have an off by 1 error, though, because I was talking about 60 milliseconds, but this is 6 milliseconds. So whatever I said is just false. We still haven't found the first true latency. The first true latency is here, when we get to a 38 millisecond thing. And this is when we receive the first batch that contains a cput. So the first thing that we do is we get a cput on the remote side, and it's 38 milliseconds later, which is 1 round of latency. Then what happens? We do some stuff. And here we get into 104 milliseconds. And this is replica. This is something that I don't know where this is coming from at all. So this would be 2 round trips later, right? If you jump from 40 to 100, that's 60 milliseconds, and each round trip is 30, or each one direction is 30 milliseconds. So that's 1 round trip, but it's not really telling me where it's coming from. And neither is this. Client had stale range info. Yeah. So you are correct. Client had stale range info, returning an update. On the other hand, though, it doesn't exactly seem clear that we had to do a range update anywhere. Like you'd expect to see a log for that. I don't know though. Received updated range info. Evict cache descriptor. Evicting, uh-oh. I just removed my... Evicting cache descriptor. Evicted cache descriptor. Clearing entries overlapping. Fast path complete. I don't know. It's a little bit of a mystery. Why don't I paste this log and then maybe someone who understands this stuff can tell me what's up. So I'm going to say, here's a log for the, I guess here's a trace for the insert, for the first insert, which is slow, despite the first slow insert. Not quite sure how to interpret this. You know what I'm gonna, let me actually do this one more time and include the columnar layout because it'll format better in the text box. Create table, alter table. Uh-oh. Dang it. Create table, alter table, insert. Right, we have to have our trace on. So we're gonna say set auto trace equals on, insert. Okay, so we're gonna copy this whole thing. And this is gonna format well, I think, inside of GitHub, make it easier for people to read. Yep, okay, that is looking nicely formatted. Wait, but it doesn't include... This didn't include the slowness. This is such a pain. It feels like really kind of flaky. It's like I didn't wait enough between create table, alter table. Let's do show ranges for table KB. It hasn't replicated yet. We have to like wait for it to replicate. This is sketchy. It's very sketchy. I don't understand. This feels like pretty wrong because I feel like there shouldn't ever be a place where there's just a single replica. I feel like it's this demo stuff. There's definitely feeling like something deeply wrong with the way that this demo stuff is working. I'm so confused. Okay, wait a minute. So if I do this one more time, if I create the table, what if I say show ranges now? I feel like this was just working too. I don't understand. Okay. I admit that I'm confused. What is it? Did I just like totally break everything somehow? I'm getting the feeling that somehow I completely broke everything. But I don't... No, the problem now is that it's like there's just something like kind of weirdly asynchronous happening that I really don't understand. Like this stuff all now looks good. the problem is that like when you start this thing up, there's a while before it is like ready to do its thing. In a sense, it kind of feels like we need to, there's like some waiting that needs to happen, but I don't understand what it is. Okay, so let's try again. Well, we're gonna try one more time. We're gonna say, like at this moment, okay, here's the problem. At this moment, there should be 3 replicas for table KV. There should always be 3 replicas. And I think that there's some like bootstrapping phase that this demo thing isn't doing quite right, that we're running into trouble with. But I have no idea what it could be. Roach Rail, what is up, my friend? This is good though. This is forcing me to confront things that I deeply do not understand about this database, such as why does it not want to replicate this data in this particular configuration for so long? So it finally replicates, but look how long it took. It feels like we need to introduce some required waiting at the beginning for it to finish whatever kind of initialization it needs to do. At this point, it seems to be good to go. And then we can set our trace on and then be able to reproduce this thing for people in the issue. But that just took way too long. It's kind of lame. Okay, so if I say insert into KV values 1.1, then hopefully at this point we're gonna get the bad latency, so the 138 milliseconds, very good. And so then now we can copy this whole trace and paste it into the issue. Still living in Nova Scotia time zone? Yes, indeed, I am still on the Nova Scotia. I'm still on the Halifax time. I guess it doesn't really matter, though. I do want to kind of comment about this like.
I want to give you what I think is the most authentic.
Dude, I'm so confused. I'm so confused. No, this is good. Okay, it just feels like these latencies are a little bit flaky. Like I want them to be consistent, always 66, and now it's kind of working well. Did I tell you that an internet friend of mine went and got a 3060? It arrives tomorrow. I'm so excited. Very good. Congratulations to you, my friend. I hope you enjoy the extreme graphics card speed of 3060. Phone account, incorrect account. Okay, anyway.
Because you need it.
Ugh. My pasting skills right now are just absolutely failing me. I need to delete all of this extra stuff here. Let's get rid of all this. All right. Okay, whatever. I think I'm going to leave this alone for now. And hopefully we can move on to some other stuff. Sure beats a 1050 Ti. That sounds right. Okay, so I wanted to hopefully dive back down into this other project that we've been trying to finish for the last couple of weeks. I feel like we're getting really close, but who knows really gets in Fetcher. So again, with this guy, whole idea, CockroachDB uses scan requests for all of its reads, even though it could be using GetRequests. And this PR, which is almost, it's really, really close, it switches the SQL layer to use these GetRequests, point reads instead of scans. It's just been taking me forever to finish this because I only really work on it on Fridays on the stream. But I've got 2 tests that are failing, and I've got to figure out why they're failing. So we're going to do that together. So more debugging. The debugging session energized you. I'm glad. I hope this next one also energizes you and doesn't defeat you and push you into the ground of sadness. But we'll just have to see about that. So let's go back over to our remote machine. We're going to say get status, get checkout package. We're going to say get checkout gets in fetcher. Okay, and we're gonna actually add these things, git commit, whip, track down some broken tests, push this up. You've been hacking on an Apache NiFi TCP listener while watching, and it's been pretty nice to have that developer crowd feeling instead of working alone in the home office. Absolutely, I think that's a big reason for why people like programming streams. Definitely that's part of why I like programming streams. I typically will put one on in the background if I'm like doing some random stuff, not really during my workday, but like if I'm like doing something side project, it's kind of nice. Feels like you have company, right? That's a big reason of why I think like the whole Twitch programming thing is kind of taken off. It's like, it's a little community, right? Keeps the mind sparking away. Get reset hard. Mind gets in fetcher. Okay, so let's see if we can remember where we were leaving off here. I think basically the idea is that there's some of these tests that fail some of the time, and we need to figure out why. So partial index and unique were the ones that were failing. So let's run make test-based logic files equals unique. See what happens. Inconsistent vendoring, I just need to cd vendor. We can just say git sub module update, I think. Sub module update. Always learn something new. That's also true. Always interesting to see what random people are doing. Whoops, sorry about that. I ran into my own microphone, my own head. Okay, while this is running, I'm just gonna quickly take a quick 5-second break. Let's be realistic. It's more like a 1-minute break. I'll be back. Bio break, baby. Exactly. I'm back. But I also got some almonds. Anyone like almonds? Mmm. Delicious almonds. So, as you can see, we got some test failures. Let me try to remember where we left off here. Okay, so what did I run? I ran files. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at this test file. I think this is the one. This is the one. And what happened was that expected nothing but found journey through meat space. Absolutely right, Evan Tech. Thanks everybody for the follows who I haven't thanked yet. Abakakate, Mox, Mugai, Sixo, Nocta, Tevzeboran. Thanks, guys. Oh yeah, so the thing that's really weird about this test problem is that it's pretty flaky. This test like fails some of the time, and it fails in different ways each time. So we got to the bottom of that. Basically, if I get to this output where I see the explain output failing, that means it's like the test has sort of made it too far. And the actual test failure that I see that's really concerning is this one. So line 406, expected success but found duplicate key value violates. So if I go to 406 here, I shouldn't get an error, and I do. And somehow this is as a result of changing the SQL layer to use gets instead of scans for some reason. I think there's two tests that fail like this. There's this unique one, and then there's this partial one. I think one of them was a little bit easier to look at, so maybe it's this partial one we'll try. I think that was this one. So we trim this down to be nice and small. So let's try this again with partial index, I think it's called, partial index. All right. So this is the failure that's concerning. We see too many rows in the result of some select. And then there's also this other thing that I was looking at that was helping to explain what was going on. What was this about? Basically, I took a trace of the insert, and there's two different things that can happen. One of them is like the good version, and one of them is the bad version. I need to figure out why sometimes we get the bad version and not the good version. I don't remember which is the good version and which is the bad version, though. Let's see if we can find out. So I think basically I think what happens is that if we see this output, it means that we're going to fail the actual test case. What is even going on here? So why don't we take a look at the test case again? We make a table. It's got some partial indexes. If you don't know about partial indexes in SQL, it's pretty cool. It's a way to have an index that only has entries if a row contains a predicate, or satisfies a predicate, I should say. So we kind of prototyped this on stream about like 9 months ago, actually. It was pretty fun. And then our teammate finished it and did a much better job than I could have done. So that was cool. But anyway, so as you can see, what happens here is that we've got index, IO100 IDX I, where I is greater than 0 and I less than 100. What this is saying is make an index that stores I, but only has entries if this predicate is satisfied. So only if I is between 0 and 100. And basically the optimizer also can participate, and it can know that it can only use this index if it can statically prove that the thing that it's looking up, it has this condition as well. And that's the same as this. You can have an index, partial index, where some Boolean column is true and this is true, blah, blah, blah. We have some column family set up. All right. So we insert some data. We do some selections. We pin the indexes. We check stuff. And then eventually the idea is that we are doing an upsert. Yes, indeed. So our upsert is behaving funny, is sort of the conclusion of this problem. We do this upsert, and in CockroachDB, an upsert, it's basically saying, here's some values to insert, and I would like you to replace any values that are there already given the input keys. So if I had a primary key 300, 320, and there was already some data in 300, 320 for this stuff, then replace the data with this data. You know what I mean? And of course, it's the same with secondary indexes. And in this case, partial indexes, it's like, please update all of the partial and secondary indexes to contain the new values for each of everything. So upsert's just like either insert or update to be what I'm asking you to put in. And I guess what's going on is like, well, I don't really know what's going on. Like a MySQL replace into, is that so? I don't know what that is. MySQL replace into. Replace. Replace works exactly like insert, except if an old row in the table is the same value as a new row for primary key, old row is deleted before the new row is inserted. Yep, sounds just about the same. Just about the same. And so I guess what's kind of weird, let's try to trim this down. We're gonna run the test again, but we're gonna pick just a particular config here. So we're gonna say test config is equal to fake dist, maybe. I think that's one of the ones that's failing. Okay, so it just fails this stuff. It fails the actual query, which is bad, but it never fails the trace. Is that the idea? You see, it sometimes fails the trace and sometimes fails the query. How weird is that? Something is bad, is basically what's going on here. But what is it? What is it? Basically, I think that this is the correct output. If I see this, then I think that the whole test will succeed. So why don't we check that? So let's make a copy of this partial index file. So we'll say copy package SQL logic test data logic test partial index, and we'll copy this to a new file called partial index, and we'll call this one passes maybe. So we're going to edit this. And what we really want to do, thank you for the follow, Chowfeek and Nowland. Sounds like a race condition. Yeah, it could be.
I have to narrow down the search.
Cinnamon,
How are you gonna do that?
Eon
By
Dog,
guessing.
thanks for the follow. I'm going to turn the alert sounds back on now that the big raid finished. So I think what we want to do here is, let's run this one more time. Okay, so this is our other trace output that we sort of suspect is like the good trace output in a sense. So we're gonna replace it here, get rid of the bad scout output. Now my hypothesis is that when I run the same thing, partial index passes, this should always pass, meaning the trace will be the same as what we just encoded. And wait. All right, well, it's flaky. So I guess it's saying like either the trace will fail or the whole test will pass. That's my hypothesis. The trace failed again. Now it's like the trace is always failing. Now it's like the trace is always failing. Why would that be? Okay, there we go. Okay, so we got one example of a passing case where the trace was what we asserted and the output was correct. So I think what I think is going on is that in certain cases, we're outputting the correct stuff here, and in certain cases we're not. And I guess it's all going to come down to like, why are we not outputting the right things in that other case? So what's the difference between these two traces, and why does this difference exist? It seems a little bit sad. And what's interesting is that like everything until this point is the same. Well, I guess there's one thing that we need to check, which is that after we do this upsert, we should really validate that everything is sort of as we expect, maybe. So why don't we add this new assertion up here and see what it returns. What's up, B4141? Yeah, I feel like this IDE syncing thing, I don't know. When it's working, but now it's doing some like long update. I don't know why. I think it's just like no-op updating everything since I've like changed branches or something. It's like not great. Trying to use this thing and Git at the same time, it's too confusing.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Thanks for the follow, B4141. Okay, at this point, hopefully we'll see Git status. Okay, great. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to run the non-passing case like this. And we expect this will probably fail, but that'll be fine because we just want to update it to be... What is this saying? Unknown command select. Okay, we wrote a totally incorrect logic test invocation. We need to say query TTTT, right? Query, no, it's query IIRTB. Keep the row sort in there. Okay, so expected this, but found this. I'm expecting that this will be the same thing every time, or else I suppose like the problem will sort of have been introduced earlier, which is fun, but it looks like I don't think that that's the case. I think what we can do is go ahead and edit the expected output to be just like this. This is what actually is supposed to be in the table. And hopefully that's always going to pass, because that's going to tell us like, that the problem is introduced in this upsert, which is sort of my hypothesis. I'm really hoping that the problem is inserted, added by this upsert. Expected 13100, which is the one down here, but found. So I think my hypothesis hopefully will hold. What we really need to see next is a trace failure, because that will show us the other side of this, whatever race condition, broken thing, whatever it is, that we can still in fact get that other side of things. Great. So we get this trace failure, which is showing us that regardless, like this last part is always passing, and something's getting messed up by this upsert statement. I think that's what's going on. I think. I suppose we could also maybe check all of D, the D table, just from its primary index. Make sure that everyone's on the same page with that too. So we'll say select star from D at primary. Just get everything. Let's do that as well. Because I suppose it's still a possibility that we've introduced whatever problem this is like earlier. Just seems unlikely to me. Okay. So now we're going to hope to see a trace failure. Great. Okay. Okay. So now we can go back to staring at this trace and trying to understand what the heck is going on, I guess. So the first difference between these traces is what? This is the one that's going to be good. This is the one that is going to have us succeed. And the difference between this trace when we're succeeding and when we're not succeeding is that when we're not succeeding, we don't get an entry for F for whatever reason. Right? We get it sort of later down. Why would that be out of order? Does this matter? But I mean, you can clearly see that there's the difference here. Okay, so what is this patch about? You guys, the idea was that we were going to be sending GET requests for things that only need a single point GET. And what we're doing here is saying that, what are we doing here? I'm confused a little bit about what this means. Saying scan everything. Okay, wait. And then let's take a look again at the plan of this upsert. What we should really probably do, insert into D values. Oh, is that same? So we actually have the plan that we're about to perform here, and it's this. And the idea of this plan is that we're going to scan the row at 300, and the reason for that is that, of course, we're inserting into D, which has the primary key of this first value, right? Isn't that the idea here? Primary key is K. Okay, so this 300 is our primary key. So what we have to do is we have to scan to see if something's there first. I guess that's the idea. And the reason that we have to do this and not just do a blind put is that there's secondary indexes, and so we've got to check what the old values were for the secondary indexes to remove them, if there are any. That's an important step. So we do this scan over 300, and you can see that that actually happens down here, where we say scan from. So what I'm confused about is why we're issuing two things here, and I feel like this is probably part of the issue. Always look at it with dimdiff. Yeah, I think we could do that. I feel like I don't need to just yet, but you're right.
Databacks.
Thanks for the follow, Even Tech, Foreign Dot too. So the fact that we're splitting this up into two queries seems suspicious. But then again, we also do it in the good case. We also do it in the good case. And it's split exactly the same way. What if, oh, you know what I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. It's the difference. Oh, I think I know what it is. It's so weird. It's basically like if the scan returns first versus if the get returns first. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on here. And I think that there might be some really bad details here, because if you have, okay, so it all comes back down to column families, which I've talked about a few times on the stream. But with column families, right, it's about breaking up a row into multiple key values. And I think that if you get the column families out of order, so you start with a later column family, like in this little state machine that's reading each of the little bits of a row, and you start with a later column family and then you get the earlier column families, it's not going to be happy and you're going to interpret things wrong. And I'm pretty sure that's got to be what's happening here. Maybe. So how can we figure this out? It's kind of like what we need to do is go to where we get these requests back and log the order of them. I feel like that's the way to do this. So how are we going to do that? Where are these requests getting generated from again? I think it's this KV batch fetcher thing. KV batch fetcher. One of the other. Get request. Where do we get the responses back though? F.responses. For each of the things in the responses. Okay, so what we really ought to do here is print the responses in order. Right? So let's just log each of these. So we're going to say log.info f context header dot. I want the type. How do I get the type? Reply. I guess I could just do the strings. That seems fine. So we'll say fetcher got resp s reply.string. Okay, so we're going to do this. We're going to come back to our test. We're going to run this again, and we're going to add a new flag called, let's just do it an error f, because that way we won't have to change any of our flags. We'll do that. Let us make sure that this got added. We're going to run make test base logic and see what we get. Hopefully we will get a difference in the order of these things, and that would really explain a lot. And I think I know how to fix that at that point. There's kind of a couple of different things we can do. One is to make sure that we never break up the multi-column family rows into more than one get and scan request, and just always do it in a single scan request. But I feel like that's bad for other reasons. Uh-oh. Overwhelming amounts of output. I should have expected that this would happen. Well, that's not good. It's not at all useful, in fact. Although, maybe, because we still have the SQL sort of interleaved here, maybe we can find it. Never want to have an overwhelming amount of output. That's always unhelpful. Hee ahaha. Okay, so here's where we run our... Now this is terrible. I feel like this won't do. This won't do. But I kind of want it to do. Here's the upsert. Okay. I think this is fine. Here's the upsert. So this is the bad case. And what we do is we get a response. We get 3 responses. We need to know the type though. We need to know the type. So we've got to figure out how to get the type here. Resp.getInner. I think what we need to do is probably more like print fetcher got resp t like this, and we can say resp dot get inner dot. Wait, what does get inner do again? I think I can just typeify. I think I can just ask for the type of the reply. So like this, reply. And then I don't think we need to even have this entire string. Honestly, it's like a little bit too noisy, right? So why don't we just start? Why don't we just go like this? We'll just get the type only. And I still expect to see that we'll be able to figure something out here, because we'll see that the difference, the order is flopped. I'm hoping that it's the order is flopped. We'll be able to learn a lot. Okay, so this is the case where we had the good output. So what we should do is find the order here. So the order here is first the scan response and then the get response, okay? So I'm expecting now if we get the other kind of failing case, then we're gonna see get first and then scan. And if that's the case, we're gonna be in business, baby. We're gonna be in business. So this is the case. Gross, sorry. If we get, yeah, so this is the other kind of failure. We scroll up into our upsert, and here we see a scan get scan. Wait a minute. But didn't I say first that it was scan get? The order was scan and then get, wasn't it? Let's just quickly check here. Here we have scan and then get. Okay, wait, so then my hypothesis is wrong, and I'm still confused. That's too bad. That's too bad. But I feel like we're getting closer. We're getting some more debugging techniques here. We're digging into the problem a little bit deeper. And that's what we want to be doing. So the next question, I guess, is why are there three requests? I suppose one next thing that we could ask is what are the requests? I mean, the problem is we actually know already. We know what the requests are. There's a scan, which looks like this, and then there's a get, which looks like this. That's the same across the failing case and the passing case. And then for whatever reason in the failing case, we issue another scan. Why? This is the most mysterious thing, I feel like. Well, we also kind of know why, but it's because we're missing this key. We don't get this F key for whatever reason. Man, oh man, I don't like it. I don't like it. Maybe the next thing to do is actually log the keys and values that we get back from each of these responses. You know, I suppose what we could do is go back to what we used to have and include this entire string and run again. And I feel like that will help us enlighten something. Yo, null bitmap.
Because they use joins.
Thank you for the 11 months of commitment. This is a serious commitment here on this channel, and you've really done a great job of upholding it. Thank you. Soon enough, we're getting to 12 months, baby. We're getting to 12 months. Almost been a year. Yeah, I think it's actually been longer than 1 year since I've been streaming. It took me several months to get to affiliate, so nobody could sub in the beginning. Nobody could sub. Far too many hours of me on the internet now. That's kind of a conclusion. I think that you could probably, given all this footage, you could probably make one of those like creepy AI voice versions of me or something like that. Like, can't you send some company like hundreds of hours of somebody's speech and they can have like a perfect speech synthesizer for that person? It's a little disturbing. Databank fan cam. Data fan. Fan cams. Did you see? Let me show you something. There was this thing called check this out. This is called Data Tiny House. This is like the opposite of large data bank. It's Data Tiny House. And I think this is pretty great. BRB rebranding SQLite as Data Tiny House and making millions. With your data, you know you don't need a big database with a giant footprint. That's why our team in Portland, Oregon created Data Tiny House. It's the coziest, warmest database there is. Data Tiny House is based on SQLite, the open source database behind everything from your Apple iPhone to Airbus jets and from Chrome to Android. What's more, the Library of Congress even recommends the technology that powers Data Tiny House is the best way to preserve precious digital content, and what's cozier than a library? What is this? I think that this is just it's a guy joking around, you know? It's a guy who's joking around, making some funny stuff. Oops, leaked DMs, dude. Leaked DMs. Don't leak those DMs. Yeah, it's not a real article. I think it's just some guy joking around. But I think it's pretty funny. I like this one a lot. This is from The Shining, I think, right? Merge a data lake and a data warehouse. You got a data lake house. Yeah, exactly. 15.ai to come back online to synthesize some voices. Yeah. What is up? I don't know. It's really sunny out. I feel like it's like really warm out. Soon we're gonna get into a situation where it's like I'm gonna start to feel like I should be outside. Just saying hi. Friend is about to embark on a 4-hour speed run. What's the game? Super Mario 64? Joe Lewinsky? I think Joe Lewinsky still works at Cockroach. Fairly sure. Who is he your homie? Nama? Welcome to the stream, Nama. Last time I checked, Joe Lewinsky still works at Cockroach Labs. Old coworker. Oh, that's cool. Some kind of marble thing? Like Marble Madness 4-hour version? Or like some kind of marbles on stream speedrun for 4 hours? Sounds hilarious. A modern Marble Blast Deluxe? Marble Blast Deluxe. I have no idea what's going on. I think I might be being trolled right now, but I can't really tell. An indie emotional Marble Blast game? I don't understand, but good luck to your friend. I hope you have a lot of fun. I'll see you later. I will see you later. Venonith? Venonith. Venoneth. Venoneth. Wow. Ancient alien technology. Okay, very cool. That's very cool. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Okay, so time to get busy. We do our upsert. This is the case where all is well. When we get back, it's looking like this. So I'm going to copy this data here. We're going to say, just copy this here. Okay. So we're going to call this the good case. And then we're going to run again, and hopefully we'll see a bad case and we can compare the two and maybe we'll learn something. Maybe. I'm pretty skeptical. Whatever's happening here, it's not happy. It's not good. Not into it. I don't know. Okay, so this is the case where we get the... This is the other case. So this is the bad case. And so we should be able to copy this and look at the difference and learn something, hopefully. So where's our upsert? Our upsert is here. And this is the output here. So we can use vimdiff. So we'll paste this. We're going to call this bad case, and we can write vimdiff. Good case, bad case. I don't even know how vimdiff works, honestly. Oh my god, this is like unreadable. I'm gonna quit this. We're just gonna look at both of them. I mean, they look extremely different is the problem. I guess we can trim the front. So we can say remove until we see the fetcher got resp. Fetcher got resp. But they still look completely different. Oh, you know what it is? It's one of them has a resume span and one doesn't. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. This is actually super interesting. This is actually super, super interesting. So it's similar to what I was thinking, where it's like you get if you have them out of order, the state machine doesn't understand what to do. So scan, get, scan, it would be if it got instead like scan scan get, and the order of the keys that it was getting back were different, that would be deeply problematic. But I actually think that there's something else going on here, which is that the first scan has a resume span, which means that, hey, I have more data to give you, so please come back and ask for it again later. So we read the data that it does have, we do our get data, and then we have to go back and read the later scan data. But the problem is that now it's out of order. So we go back and resume the scan after we have advanced to our get request, and then the things get out of order. So it's a little bit similar to what we were thinking, but different, but still kind of a pain in the butt. Like, I don't know exactly what to do about this. It kind of feels like we should just not split up the requests in this case. At least we tracked it down. Yo, Barrick, what's up? At least we tracked it down. Oh, I think you told me how to pronounce your name, and now I've probably forgotten how to do it. So sorry about that. It would be nice to have a thing where I could like annotate people's names with how they like them to be pronounced, because I feel like I'm always screwing this up. Like a little note or something. Okay, so how are we gonna fix this? How are we gonna fix this? It's kind of like we just need to make sure that if we can't really have an intra-row multi-scan. If you're trying to read a row, you have to do it in a single go, or else you get into trouble. Is that the solution? Let's take a look at the algorithm that we use to split these things up. Maybe split. I got it right? Okay, great. Okay, maybe split span into separate families. Remember this? This was this giant mega conditional that we kept refactoring like a couple streams ago. I feel like on the other hand, what we could do is if we see a resume span, what happens when we see a resume span? So this is, I mean, what is resume span? It's just like we're implementing an iterator is the idea. We get a bunch of requests back, responses back. Some of them need to be resumed. What do we do at that point? And what it seems like we do right now, it seems like we process all the responses first and then we resume later. Is that right? Is that right? We say, for each of the responses, do some stuff. And where do we process our resume spans? I guess the answer is that we append them to our f.spans. spans. Right? I just don't know what the actual behavior that we want to do here is. I'm confused. I feel like this has probably always been a problem. Resume key limit. What is resume key limit? The resume reason might be missing. Oh my god, this is some old school stuff. 1.1. I mean, it just says the spanning operation didn't finish because the key limit was exceeded. So honestly, maybe what we could do is when we're assembling these requests, maybe there's something wrong with the way that we assemble the limits for the requests or something like that. But I think this is always going to be a problem because there's always going to be a batch limit, a bytes limit. Even if there's not just a keys limit, there might be a bytes limit. There's a, whoops, gotta switch up the project. Gotta switch up the project. Thank you for reminding me. We're gonna say commands, edit, project. Week 4, hopefully last week of finishing our get request project for Cockroach DB. And then we can link the PR, which is this guy. All right. Appreciate the tweet about reviewable. Gonna try to adopt that now that you're using GitHub instead of Garrett. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think if you're using GitHub, reviewable is like the closest equivalent that you could have to Garrett without spending a huge amount of effort. Reviewable, what's really nice about it is that it's just seamlessly integrated into GitHub. You don't have to do anything. You just turn it on and then you can have an almost Garrett. It's not quite as good, I think. And it's mainly because of like the UI isn't as snappy as it should be, in my opinion. But besides that, it's really great. Anyway, so we just have to figure out what the heck to do here. And it's deeply scaring me. So I think that even, okay, wait. Let's try to figure something out real quick, which is that even in the main version of CockroachDB that exists, so not even our patch, I feel like even in the non-patch version of Cockroach, we still could run into this problem, couldn't we? So if I say, this is the 20.2 version, if I run Cockroach demo on 20.2, and I say create table, A int primary key, B int, C int, D int, family A, family B, family C, family D. What did I do wrong? I have to name it. And I say insert into A, select G, G+1, G+2. I can just do one row, it doesn't really matter. Set values 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'll do the same thing. I'll make 2. I'll make 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so then if I say select B, how does this work? I could say select B, comma D, where A is equal to 1, right? From A. How do I write SQL? Where A is equal to 1. So then if I look at the explain for this, what do I get back? Oh, I see. So in this case, it doesn't allow me, it does actually force me to just get the entire span at once. I think that's the issue. I need to revert to that mode. So basically the idea here, guys, is that since we have multiple column families, this means that there's one key in the database per column. So there's gonna be 4 total values here. So we can actually show that off. We say set auto trace equals on KV, insert into A values 2, 3, 4, 5. What we'll see is that we're gonna put 4 values, 4 cputs, that's 4 keys into the database since there's 4 column families. And I think the idea is that even though we could be asking for just the precise keys to get those values back out, since we're not asking for everything, we're just asking for B and D. We could be asking for 2 scans. We're instead just asking for 1, which is the entire row. And I think the purpose is probably to get around this problem that I'm looking at right now, which is that things get confusing with resume spans. If I just ask for a single key, we should get it. We don't. Okay, I'm back to confused. Oh, no. We do get it, but it's just not included in the explain. So then in that case, let me just quickly check. If I say select D comma B, what do I get? I get
The data bank's
2
too big. I have to narrow down the search.
spans?
How are you going to do that? By
Is that
guessing.
good or bad?
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
All I hear is QQ and TV or Dobro. Thank you for the follows. Okay, so here's something yeah, I feel like this is broken, you guys. I feel like there's a definite potential bug here, which is that if the first yes, I think this is the bug right here. So check this out. This is subtle, but it's real, I think. If I have 3 columns and 3 column families, and the first 2 columns are co-located, so they're next to each other, and the last column is somewhere else, then I emit 2 spans. But if the first scan comes back with a resume span, then I think that we're gonna mess stuff up in a bad way. So check this out. Yo, Yahor, what is up? I think that we found a kind of scary thing. So let's see if we can mimic. Let's see if we can produce this. So we're gonna say create table. Do you know anything about microservice architectures in Go? I don't know, a little bit. I guess I can make something up, but I'm not exactly sure. So we're gonna say A string, B string, C string, D string. Then we're gonna make some fat rows. So insert into A, select, and we're gonna say select repeat. A, and let's just try 100 kilobytes. Let's just do a megabyte. Why not? Repeat, and then we'll just do this the same way each time. Okay, so now if we were to say something like select A comma B comma D from A where, oh, but we kind of need the, oh well, I guess we can just say where A is equal to and then this whole thing. That's fine. First, let's look at the explain here. Oh gosh, I should have expected that would happen. That's fine. Okay, so we're gonna say set auto trace equals on. I feel like this is gonna just be terrible because the values are so big. I don't want the explain, I want the actual select. Well, this is terrible because I can't actually validate that anything is. Could do length A to hide the large value. Yeah, that's a good point. We'll start again. Okay, so insert, and we can say select length A, length B, length D. Okay, well, there's no problems here. How do I force it to make a resume span for this original thing, though? That's the question. I need to force this thing to make a resume span, which means that I need to ask for a keys limit of size 1 somehow. Scan request. Where is that thing where we set the limit exactly? Is that in batch request? Header? Max span request keys. Batch size. Oh, it's totally because of this thing. It's because of this that this whole test is failing, isn't it? That's gotta be what it is. Oh my goodness. Okay. So we have this test thing that makes it so that the batch size is forced to be 1. And if that's the case, then we get into a terrible problem. But I think that it's really the case if we had a table with more than 10,000 column families. Okay, so should I make a table with more than 10,000 column families and see if I can reproduce this problem? I feel like that's the only thing to do next. We've got to do that next. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to say create table A. And how are we going to do this? We'll say A1 int. Okay, so then we're gonna make a macro. We're gonna say QQ, YY, P, Control A, Q. Okay. Okay, so now I can make a bunch of columns. And now what I need to do is say 900, wait. So 10,000 is the number I need to hit. So I need to say 9,990 QQ. Oh God, no, I overwrote my macro. That's not what I wanted to say. I needed to say @q. Okay, let's try again. QQ, YYP, to the right, Control A, beginning of line, Q. Okay, so now I say 9990 @q. Okay. So we're gonna make this terrifying table with 10,000 columns, and then we're gonna make 10,000 column families too. This is totally normal. A totally normal way to use a database, right, guys? This is pretty fun. This is like a novel way to abuse things too. I haven't thought of doing this before, but I think it's pretty great. And we need to make a really horrendous query too. Okay, so now we need to say, yes, next up is making the column family statement, exactly. Family A, okay, so if we go, we gotta start with A1. So now we're gonna say, let's clear these ones. Do you do that? Why not decrease 10K batch size to say 10 for production? Well, but I want to prove that we can actually mess this up using a default settings cockroach DB. It's more exciting. Should a microservice provide public and internal requests separated by REST gRPC headers, or would a public API be smarter? Yeah, I don't really know, Barrick. I'm not exactly sure. Sorry. It kind of depends. I feel like there's philosophical differences. I don't know. You could choose either, and probably there would be people who would agree with you on both sides. Learn some more Vim commands. Yeah, you gotta learn the macros. Okay, so now we're gonna say QQ YYP. Go to the end. Oh wait, we can't do that. We have to say, okay. Ah. We're gonna say QQ. And we're gonna say 2FA, Control A. Dang it. Okay, wait. QQ YYP, 2FA, Control A, beginning of line Q. Okay, now we get to say 10,000 @Q. Creature next, thank you for the follow. Null Peter, thank you for the follow as well. In that keyboard, all keys are aligned. Sika07, thank you for the follow. This is pretty fun, guys. A Vim macro stream to make 10,000 column family tables. I think what we should probably do here is make a limit of 10,000 column families. How about that? That feels like a pretty good way to solve this problem. All right, so we do this. We've got our statement. We need to make this the primary key as well. Okay. So first of all, let's see what happens when we actually run this, because I feel like that'll be pretty funny. So we're gonna write this into crazy table. What happens when we actually run this statement? Does it work? Oh no. So I can't paste this because it's too slow. So we'll cancel that. Oh God, my terminal is hung. Everything is horrible. Don't try to paste 20,000 lines at your terminal, I guess. I gotta close this window. Okay, so we'll open this again. Does it test anything significant? Well, it's testing something that's like fairly significant, I think. It's basically like, I think that there's a bug in Cockroach that I think you can only really reproduce with a set of column families that are really big. I'm not positive though. It's very hard for me to say at this point. I guess the other thing that we could be testing is like, what is the default bytes limit? Maybe that would be easier to hit. What is the default bytes limit rather than this keys limit thing? $10 megs. Yeah, it's 10 megs. Okay, let's do it. Forget this whole, this was terrible. This is a terrible idea. We're gonna try this again. We're gonna keep doing it with the same way that we were doing it before, but we'll use the 10 megabyte instead of 1 megabyte. Demo. I think the 10,000 column family table was exciting, but it's not the easiest way to make this happen. So we're gonna make the same table for strings. We of course need to specify the column family. So what am I thinking? Family A, family B, family C, family D. And so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna insert into A, and then we're gonna repeat, instead of just 1 megabyte worth of times, we're gonna do it 10 megabytes worth of times, but it's actually power of 2, isn't it? So, okay, so we're gonna make it repeat this times. The omega table to end all tables. We can maybe come back to that if people are excited by it. So we're gonna do this, and then I think for this, all the other columns, we don't actually need that big of a value. So we'll just do it like this. You know what I'm gonna do? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna close this, I'm gonna make it one more time. I'm gonna give it one more column. E string, family E. And then what we're gonna say is we're gonna say insert into A. The primary key value is gonna be small. The second value is gonna be big. So we're gonna say repeat A, this number. The third value, it doesn't matter. The fourth value doesn't matter, and the fifth value doesn't matter either. Okay. So now what we're gonna say is we're gonna say select length of B, select A comma length of B comma E from A, where A is equal to A. And I think that this should have a wrong answer, or maybe crash or do something bad. Nope, it completely worked. Well, I don't know, guys. I'm confused. The bug is that if you do an intra-row split up scan, which will happen here since we have all these different column families, what we're going to do is emit 2 spans to select. We're going to emit a span for A and B, so give me the column families A and B, and then we're going to emit a separate span for E. But oh, no, I need to do one more thing. I need to also add for C. I think this might do it. Nope, it didn't do it. Okay, so anyway, this is going to emit 2 spans, one for A, B, C, and then a separate span for E, because D is in between, and it thinks that it should split them up into 2 spans. But the bug is that since this first span gives back too much information, it's going to get a resume span. And the fetcher is going to say, okay, I've got a resume span. I'm going to resume it later. But first, let me process both this and this. And so it's going to, process the first half of the row until of the resume span, process the second half, and then it's going to come back and try to process the first half again, or the rest of the first half. And the fetcher doesn't seem to be able to deal with that properly. And it gives a wrong result in the end. So I need to figure out what to do about it. That's the short answer. What it actually looks like when we're running a test case, increment the length of B by 1. I think I already did that though. I'll increment it by a bunch. How about? There's I think maybe it's because it's a decimal and decimal has the value encoding. Okay, wait, let's try one more thing. Let's try one more thing. We're gonna create this and we're gonna make D No, we're gonna make C into a decimal. We're gonna make C into a decimal. So decimals are special in Cockroach because in order to store them, you have to have something in the key and in the value. This doesn't seem right either though. And so for C, we're gonna put some big random thing with a bunch of zeros at the end, which is a special thing. Is this 10 megabytes? 100 kilobytes, megabyte, 10 megabyte, seems right. And then we're gonna say select like this. I think that there's something here, you guys. I just don't know quite how to get to it. It's frustrating. Truncate A. Let's make it 11 megabytes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. What it actually looks like in our test cases is ignore all these horrible logs. It's okay, so not that case. It's flaky is the thing. And I think the flakiness has to come with the metamorphic. It's due to the metamorphic value. So in the good case, what we do is we get a scan. We send this scan in the get. This scan gets a resume span. So actually, we should be looking here. We got a scan and a get. This scan gets a resume span. We read just the B value and then just the get value over here.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
And then the thing is that when we then fetch this later thing, the FS, it doesn't get inserted properly into the row for some reason. There's probably some logic bug in the C fetcher or the fetcher that's like, okay, well, we finished the row at this point, so when we get this key, it's sort of spurious and we don't do anything right with it. Nama, thank you for the follow. Big data storage system called Boulder, is there? If I run tags like this, does this work? I don't think so. I think I need to figure out how to include tags in this. Is it Go flags or something? Oh no, I think that's right. I see CRDB test off. So this still will fail because of the way that the test is set up, but it should fail in like the good way. Like the trace should always fail instead of the actual test failing, if my hypothesis is correct. So trace failure. Trace failure. It's gotta be this. It's gotta be this. I mean, I'm like 90% sure I understand the failure mode. And it's this resume span stuff. You just need to figure out what to do about it. What to do about it. Well, here's another question I have. Let's turn this tag back on. Well, oh, you know what's also interesting? Didn't I observe that it doesn't fail with vectorize off, which would imply that it only fails with the C fetcher? Doesn't this just mean that I need to fix the C fetcher to not be broken in this case? It's probably that. That darn C fetcher. So tricky. So tricky. Let's get rid of our test config. Okay, well, assuming that that's the case, let's take a look at what we do. There's something special that we do if we see the end of a row, and that's probably the problem. Since we see the end of a row at a certain point, we probably just like give up. We're like, whatever, we're done with the row. We're not gonna expect anything else. We reset the state machine, and then that's kind of the issue, right? There's something called like state, where are the states? State finalized row. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. When do we enter state finalized row? Stop. This is the issue right here. This is the issue right here. Eidenfeld, mostly in memory with backing store of Pebble. So I don't know what you mean by mostly in memory exactly. I think the way that I would phrase this is that CockroachDB uses Pebble as a storage engine. That's typically what people say in database world when they're talking about how do you write stuff to disk. So storage engine is the thing that actually takes stuff and writes it somewhere to disk in a durable way. I guess in a sense, yes, the rest of CockroachDB is in memory, but that's also the case with any database that has a storage engine that's like pluggable. It's like the whole thing is in memory until it hits the storage engine. So I think you're sort of right, but it's also a little bit tautological what you're saying. BV Ryle, I work on CockroachDB as part of my job. On Fridays, I like to stream, show people what is up in Cockroach Labs, CockroachDB land. So it's definitely not just a personal project. It's part of what I do. And it's a big team of people working on CockroachDB. It would be pretty impossible to write a database all by yourself, I think, unless it was a pretty small database. I guess some people have done it, right? I mean, SQLite has been written by like 3 people, which is impressive. Authors of SQLite. You know, it's like the primary author. I don't know. I mean, databases are weird. I think I don't know what to say. I feel like I'm going to offend somebody. Probably somebody's written some databases all by themselves, but I think it's just kind of hard to do. So I think the problem, you guys, is this little statement right here. And I think I'm sort of loath to get rid of this because like it's a nice optimization. It says that we're reading keys. If we see that the key that we read is the very last key that could possibly exist in the table, we quit. We move on to the next row. And so I'm very loath to get rid of this. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sad. I don't know what to do. Because I think that changing the state machine, it's very performance sensitive. It's important that the state machine has these little optimizations because that's kind of how it makes it fast. If you don't want to get rid of it, write a unit test. But the problem is that I don't actually know the right thing to be doing here, Eidenfield. I'm just pondering philosophically what the right thing to do is, and I don't exactly know. There's no way to... It's like either I have to get rid of this completely, or I have to change this higher level protocol that says, you know, when do we decide to split up spans into different... When do we decide to split up rows into different spans? I can't really get rid of that either. Change state is kind of messy. Yeah, it is. Debug logging to flag up the condition. But I don't need debug logging. I understand exactly what's going on. What I don't know what to do is how to fix this problem exactly from a high level perspective. It's a little bit tricky. I think one thing that we could do is say we could add a switch here that says if we're in this mode where we're having a multiple column family fetch, like an intra row split thing. So it would be sort of like if rf.machine, or it's sort of like rf.fetching like intra row split or something, or like multiple spans per row. Then we always do this part or something like that. Like that would be a way to do it. On the other hand, we could like plumb in when it happens to log a warning. Oh, just so I could confirm that it's actually happening like this? Yeah, I could do that. So we'll say log.errorf ctx.
Everybody knows that relational databases.
Alpha Noob, thank you so much for the subscription. I really appreciate it. And thanks also again for the help noticing that missing pointer receiver from before. That was awesome. So we're gonna say CTX. What's up, Robin? We're gonna say finalizing row because it's because we saw the last column family. So we're just gonna log this to make sure that it actually happens. I'm like 90% sure it's gonna actually happen, but we'll find out. So we're gonna run it like this. Right, Joy-Con, how's it going? I'm feeling good though. I think that we're getting really close to understanding this. And it's been really frustrating. Like I haven't figured this out for like several weeks, so I'm feeling like pretty good. Let's make sure though we actually do see this. So up. Finalizing row because we saw the last CF. You can't see it because my face is in the way, but you see this? Finalizing row because we saw the last CF. This means... No, wait. It's this one. So look, check it out. The upsert is the one that's giving us the problem. And remember, this upsert, we send 2 spans, and the first one gets resumed. So this first guy, you can see it gets resumed. Resume reason, resume key limit. And then we get the response for our get request. And then we say finalizing row because we saw the last column family. And then we say we get another resp. And at this point, the fetcher is like confused. So I think it just throws this row away completely, which is kind of the problem. So yeah, it's tricky stuff. I also am confused why we didn't see this problem. Again, I'm still really quite confused why we didn't see this problem before my change. I don't understand that. How did my PC build go? It went very well, thanks to a lot of people in the chat helping. I'm still not using it for the stream because I need to get a second monitor before I can stream from the new PC. Kind of need 2 monitors to stream, and right now I'm using my laptop as the second monitor. But PC itself, it's very good. it's quite good. Thanks for the compliment, Lithium. Making me blush over here. But what I really don't understand, right, is why did we only see this after our change? Why did we only see this after our change? When you saw the title, you thought I was talking about the game of Go and not the language. That's the first time I've gotten this on the stream, but it's not surprising that I would get that because yeah, I think it's confusing. But what's up, World of Vanjie? Are you a Go player yourself? Were you hoping to see a Go stream? Go the game? I think the thing that we should look for is the tests that changed. Then we can kind of know. Then we can kind of know. Oh yeah, it's good show head. Is it an M1 Mac? No. I feel confused. Did I somehow blow away? Some changes that I had or something? Confused. Because I thought that I used to have, what I need to say is get show head stat, like that. Get show head stat. There we go. Okay, that's the better. I was like, oh my God, did I throw something away completely? I need to look at this file, get show. Keep writing shoe instead of show for some reason. It's kind of hilarious. So I need to look for span builder test. Okay, so what did we change? What did we change? Span builder test. What we did is that we changed this test case on line 64 to say true when it used to say false. And was this somehow a mistake? That's kind of the ultimate question here. Perhaps this was the entire problem. Prefix laying to num needed families. No, this is fine because this is not even about having more than one column family to fetch at the same time. It's just about having a certain prefix using a get request versus a scan request. So this has nothing to do with anything. I still don't understand why we would only see the starting now. Still don't understand that. But I guess it's just all right. I mean, I think that we just need to make a special case for this, honestly. That's all there is to it. Is this VS Code? No, it's Goland. If you hit exclamation point IDE, you can see about that. All right, so here are the conditions. The conditions are, we need to make sure that if there are more than one span in a single row get, and at least one of the spans contains more than one.
How are you going to do that? By guessing.
Key, then we have to set this special flag on the fetcher and not do this fast optimization. Is that just way too confusing or what? I feel like it's really down there in the level of high confusion. But it's, I mean, I kind of understand the condition, so maybe we ought to just go for it. So where do we set up this cfetcher thing? Where are we init this thing? Where are the spans that we're passing in exactly? Here are the spans. And I think we need to figure out from this spec whether or not these spans, oh, you know, it's actually fairly simple. I think all we have to do is check that for each, ooh, no. It's a little bit tricky. This sucks. This sucks. Okay, let's write this down, this condition down in English so we can at least understand that, maybe. We need to, okay, so we need to check that if this scan is
Computers hooked into over
for
1,000
a single
databanks
row
throughout the world.
and this scan contains more than one span due to multiple column families, and at least one of the spans besides the last one contains more than one column family. Okay, so if this condition is true, we need to tell the cfetcher to not end its state machine, to not end its row state machine when it sees a key for the final column family, because we might get more keys from earlier column families due to resume spans. Okay, something like that. Is this psycho or what? I feel like this is slightly psycho. The other option is, so this would be setting it statically. It's like detecting this condition ahead of time, knowing that we could get this condition, and then setting this flag inside the cfetcher. The other option would be that we could have the cfetcher detect this condition dynamically by noticing when it has to resume a span. It has to use a resume span. The problem is that this would kind of break an abstraction barrier because the underlying fetcher in the C fetcher, this KV fetcher thing, it doesn't tell us when we've gotten a resume span. It doesn't tell us anything at all, in fact. It's just sort of like an opaque iterator. And that's trouble for us. That's trouble for us. Okay, wait. On the other hand, shouldn't it be part of the contract of this underlying fetcher that it always returns rows in order? Or is that not part of the contract? Is this thing supposed to always return things in order? Because if it is, then we're just violating the contract. And that's the thing that needs to be fixed. Who knows? Who knows about that? Who knows about that? I have no idea whether that's part of the expected contract, unfortunately. So, oh my gosh, I'm so confused. It's just like we don't even think too much when we get one of these resume spans. Let's read this documentation here. Okay, the next span to resume from when the response doesn't cover the full span requested. This can happen when a bound on the keys is set, blah, blah, blah. On set when the original entire span of keys has been operated on. I just don't really understand whether when this happens, we're supposed to be like buffering up the second. Okay. Okay, what about this for a hypothesis? What if it's this thing where if the KV layer, oh, maybe this is the issue, you guys. What if it's that the KV layer, if it gets 2 scan requests and the first one has to be resumed, then it doesn't return any results for the second one until it's finished completely with the first one? What if that's the contract? But the contract doesn't hold for get requests. That could very well be the problem here because the only thing that I've changed is allowing get requests. So how would I figure that out? I feel like that's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. So it's even better. We don't have to do any of this mucking around with the C fetcher. If this is true, this will make our lives significantly easier. But I have no clue how to figure this out on the KV layer side at all.
The data bank's too big.
Shattered
I have to
Psycho,
narrow down the search.
thanks for the follow.
How are you going to do that? By guessing.
So how can we figure this out? We can do is we can look at where people set this resume span and see what happens when they do that. Oh gosh, sorry guys. That's not your phone calling, it's my phone calling. That, never fun.
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search. How are you going to do that? By guessing.
Okay, usually try to close my Gmail before the stream. Forgot to do that. Very sorry. That must have been annoying. Yeah. Okay, so let's try to figure out who populates this resume span thing. Sorry, 1 second. I have this Gmail call I can't seem to find. Yeah. All right, so scanres.resume span is set. Yeah, well, right, Joy-Con, that's basically the way that I think of it. It's kind of, I have the pixel, and the pixel's kind of nice because it will auto screen stuff, but you still get like a moment of it calling through on the Gmail side, which is annoying. I wish I could turn that off. I think it's because like the Pixel phone itself is the one doing the auto response, not like some server. So like the phone actually has to get it before it starts working. It's pretty annoying. I do like the Pixel auto screener thing though. That thing is awesome. Works really well. On the other hand, maybe is this coming from the disk sender? So the disk sender is the client side of all of this. And maybe there's something where it like split batch. So what is this thing called again? It's like divide and send, divide and send batches, batched ranges. Maybe this thing needs to be enhanced a little bit to know about get requests or something. Blarg. This is too complicated and I don't understand it. Ah! What is this? It's interesting that there's no get request here. Is that expected? Oh no, accepted point requests that can be in batches with limit. See, it's getting very close. You see that there's some special cases for this, so it feels like there's probably something a little bit suspicious going on. This project keeps going in depth. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of complicated. It's kind of complicated. We need to go deeper. This is called the iris. K gray all day. It's called the iris. There you go. One plane's got us. Basically, it's like, okay, so if this is set, and it is, then we have to verify that we only have scan requests in the same direction. Is reverse. Can't do an is reverse because okay. And get requests are let. So if len parts, what is this parts? Split batch and check for refresh bench splits the batch according to its can split ET parameter. What the heck is that? Split ET? I just feel like I'm missing something about what the heck is even going on here, honestly. Because I feel like what's happening is that if we have a limit, we're not allowed to split. There's something like that. There's something like that. Send partial batch. ri.valid. I don't know. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna figure this out. We're getting close-ish. Let's go back to the place where we were thinking about the limit, right? I'm lost. This file is like so big and hard to navigate. I always get confused in this area. Every time. Yeah. The commands are ignored on the on-screen chat because otherwise it would be so pointless. Everyone's just seeing that over and over again. No good reason for it. Okay, init and verify batch. Where does this come from? TLC from Stargate? this is the first thing we do. We init and verify. Great. Then what do? We immediately run split batch and check for refresh spans. ba.split. What is this? Split separates a request contains in a batch so that each subset of requests can be executed by a store without changing order. In particular, admin requests are always singled out. Okay. I don't know what's going on here. I think the truth is that it doesn't actually have to do with this splitting stuff. Hold on, let me turn off Flux. I feel like Flux is messing with me right now. It doesn't have to do with this splitting stuff because the whole point is that if you look at our test case, well, it's kind of up above, but the test case doesn't actually have any splits at all. It's nothing to do with the batch getting split. It's actually just that the batch gets resumed. So I feel like we ignore this altogether, and we have to figure out what happens when there's a resume span. That's like the key point of all of this. We have to understand what happens when we get a resume span. Phil skipped responses. Yeah, you see this? Okay, fills in responses resume spans for requests when a batch finished without fully processing the requested key spans for some of the requests. This can happen when processing is met, the batch max, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so could have skipped responses. What is this set to be true? And so what's interesting is that, look, so this is our bad case, and we got this resume reason, resume key limit thing, and that's what we're looking at here, resume key limit. And then the next thing that we get is we still get a response, and this is what I'm trying to understand. Is this valid or not? Are we supposed to get a response here or not? I think that we're not. I think the point is that we want to be stopping early, but we're not doing that, and we need to figure out why that's happening. I feel like one option is that we could say, like, if we do this, if we have a get request, then we just kind of like throw away its results and then redo it after the resume span. I feel like that would actually fix the problem. But I don't know if it's like really what we want to be doing. Let's read send partial batch. What does this do? Needs truncate. Don't think that's relevant. Routing token. Bunch of stuff. Where do we actually send our batch? Send to replicas, batch. So this batch at this point is going to contain both a scan and a get. We could turn on this extra logging. Let's do that. Let's rerun this test here. And what we're going to do is we're going to say test flags equals test.v show logs v module equals dist sender equals 2. Run that, see if that helps us, because I want to see this. It should have the batch summary, and it will help to see the entire batch summary.
Data back.
But it didn't exactly tell us.
I've got some work to do.
Okay, so what if? So I guess like maybe the thing is that it's actually not happening inside the dist sender. It's really the other side. It's the other side. Where do we send this stupid thing? I can't find it. Where do we send it? Stupid thing. Skip stale replicas. Send next. This is the thing. Transport.send next. Let's go down to our gRPC transport. We send our batch. Here's our batch request. We verify some stuff. We run iface.batch. I guess this is kind of the internal client. Okay, so we've got to see what's on the other side of this, don't we? Got to see what's on the other side of this. Where does that live? So if I search for a thing called batch, I guess, right? Batch. How can I find this? I guess, okay, I'll search for batch. CTX context.context. Oh. Where is the server side of this thing exactly? So annoying. API. How can I find this? This is so frustrating. Maybe if I search for things that return batch response or something, but this is going to be so many things. That's kind of the problem. Ah, man, I just get so lost when I get below the area that I understand of this code base, is the truth. Deeply lost. I suppose I could look again for who. Oh yeah, command scan. I feel like that maybe will tell me stuff. So who is invoking this, right? This is, oh yeah, there's this whole meta stuff where we register read-only command. Eventually we should see where we actually use this stuff though. Right? Eventually we should see where we actually use this stuff. Create request. Doesn't seem quite right. Where is the darn top level? Lookup command. Okay, this is getting somewhere. Replica evaluate. Oh my gosh, you guys, this is just pretty difficult to figure out where anything is. Is it this? Evaluate batch. Okay, this is seeming really good. This is seeming really good. Evaluate batch. I like the sound of that. Replica read. Execute read-only batch with server-side refreshes. Execute read-only batch. Send with range ID. Send. Where's the receive? Replica.send. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I think this is probably in the right sort of zone-ish. Ish. I don't know anything. This is really, we're really like waltzing through severely unknown lands here, you guys. We're exploring stuff that I truly don't understand. Execute read-only batch. Let's go back down into here. This is seeming good. Like, we know that we have a read-only batch, so we might as well like read what happens when we actually have one of those. Evaluate batch. Here are all the requests. BA requests. Optimize puts. That doesn't sound relevant. Here is a thing where for each of the requests, we go and look at what to do. There's something with target bytes, which is seeming promising. Blind right doesn't seem relevant. Would tracing help in cases like this? Yeah, it probably would. Okay, check this out. If the last request was carried out with a limit, subtract the number of results from the limit going forward. Is this relevant? Is this relevant? Let's turn on my background lights. It's getting sleepy. So we're updating some limits here for sure. But subtract the number of results from the limit going forward. Exhausting the limit results in the limit of -1. This makes sure that we still execute the rest of the batch with the limit aware operations returning no data. I think the point is that GetRequests is probably not limit aware. That's probably the issue here. But where is that actually happening? Why can't I find that? Where is the actual... Oh, is it right above or something? Merge result. Where do we actually run the damn command? Evaluate command. Okay, okay. So here we go. We look up the command, then we evaluate it, either read write or read only. So if we go to command scan, where do we do the thing where we're like, up? Sorry, no more bytes available. There's got to be a thing around here for that. If resume span is not equal to nil, reply.resume span is equal to scanres.resume span. No, we always fall through here. I feel like there's got to be a spot where we just like short circuit and stop returning stuff. That's what I don't get. That's what I don't get. I guess we'll just keep going deeper. We'll just keep going deeper. Seems kind of crazy to go this deep. But oh, here it is. Okay, so if max keys is less than 0 or target bytes is less than 0, then we return immediately with just a resume span. Okay. We're getting close. We're getting close. We're getting really close. And here's what I'm expecting. We're gonna go to command get, and there will be no such analogous operation, and we always return a get regardless of the limit. That's what I'm thinking we're gonna see. Yeah, it's right here. We don't set any limits at all. So I think what we need to do, I mean, I don't know, this is like kind of, it seems a little bit next level, but I think really all we have to do here oh, it's tricky because get requests don't have a resume span. Get requests have no way to indicate that they need to be retried. So I'm kind of screwed? Question mark? I need to think about this. And I also need to take another bio break to use the term of art. So I'll be right back, you guys.
The databank's too big. I have to narrow down the search. How are you gonna do that? By guessing.
Ayo. I'm back. So, we have a fundamental problem. Our fundamental problem is that there's no way to say in a GET request, sorry, I'm finished with my limit and I can't return anything else. So the question is, are we allowed to add that? Or would that like bother people? And the truth is that I don't have any clue. I feel like it's kind of a big deal to change these proto buffs. So maybe it's really just what we ought to do is say, okay, get on the company Slack and ask. I would do that later. I do. Typically, my MO on this stream is to just do whatever I want, and then if it's broken later, we can like come back and fix it. It's kind of more fun. On the other hand, GetResponse actually does have a no. Maybe I just everything I've been saying is wrong. GetResponse header does in fact have a resume span, so I think we're good to go. Maybe resume reason, we've got that. Resume span, we've got that. Let's try this. Okay, I think let's try this then. Here's what we're gonna say. We're gonna say if. Wait, what is the logic over here? The logic over here is that it's kind of like down here in deep. It shouldn't be so deep. It makes no sense that it's this deep. We should move this logic a little bit higher up. But if this stuff happens, right? So let's copy this up. Opt. What is opts coming from? Opts is coming from this, and the input to opts is what? It's like the max keys. Aha. Okay, so the thing that we need to check is if h.max span request keys is less than 0 or h.target bytes is less than 0, then we say reply.header.resume span is equal to, and we just copy our span in. We just copy our span right in, just like this. We copy our span right in. Bro Hanster, my man, let me tell you something. Earlier in the stream, we fixed a to-do that I think that you might have written, which was this whole thing. There was a to-do inside of this latency aware stuff. Oh my gosh, I need to show you this real quick. So here's this PR. You see this to-do? To-do Rohan, I can't get this to work, blah, blah, blah. And I think that in fact, Alf the noob, who's still here, pointed out something, which is that we were writing a value to a inside of a method with a value receiver. You see this? Okay, check this out. You see how we're setting d.latency equals time.duration, blah, blah, blah? But before d delaying con was a value receiver. And I think that was the source of all of the problems. And yeah, I mean, we thanks to Twitch chat, we didn't have to write any unit tests. We were just able to figure out that we were missing a star, and then everything sort of worked after that. So that was cool. It just goes to show you that it's almost impossible to remember this crap, and there really should be a linter, right? As a language designer yourself, you should know that let's make sure that there's linters for dumb stuff like this. Like, why is this a mistake that anybody can make? It's really horrendous. I feel like I've done a lot of mistakes like this too. Value receivers being confusing. Anyway, we're very close also to this project that we've been working on for 4 weeks. We're very close. We figured out the problem, which is that at the very bottom of the stack, people who are returning GET responses don't pay attention to the bytes or row or keys limit. So if you send a keys limit or you set a bytes limit and your batch includes a GET request, then the get request is always populated even though it's going to take you over the limit, and that's confusing all sorts of stuff, and it's totally broken. So we're going to fix that. Though it could get weird if you're using storage and a value receiver as buffer or workspace. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I feel like when is that happening? I feel like that's happening maybe never. Or if it does, you can always make like a exception to the linter. I guess it would be interesting to see if there are valid use cases to write to value receivers. It just seems like pretty rare, pretty weird. So we're going to say if we have no keys left or we have no bytes left, we're going to return. We're going to return what? We're going to say reply dot resume span is equal to this thing. How many bugs you'd find in the CRDB source with that linter? That's a great question. I feel like it would be a pretty easy one to write, honestly. And the key is going to be args dot key. And the end key, which we don't really need to write, but could anyway, I guess. But this is never going to be set. It's empty if it's just a single key. So we'll just keep it like this. And write one next week. Yeah, that would be a cool linter. I feel like somebody's probably already done one though, you guys, honestly. Like value receiver write linter. Adding linter warning. Method modifies receiver pass by value. Lately, I've been bitten by the same issue several times. People are using global. Oh my gosh, global is getting a lot of play, my friend. It's getting a lot of play. People are getting really pumped about it, especially since we're about to deliver all this new cool multi-region stuff that uses really a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of cool demos that we can do with the multi-region stuff, and it's easy to have a -- global demo. Oh wow, so there's even a to-do for this in Go Vet. Is that for real? How can I... Go Vet sign dot go. Okay, well, we're just gonna do this the normal way. github.com/golang/go. And we're gonna search for assign.go. Oh, this doesn't seem right. Maybe the to-do got taken away. Oh, this is a test data though. It's gotta be this one, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, you could write a rule with semgrep. Exactly. That's what I was thinking. I figured that we would just find one though if we Googled for it. Or in static check, semgrep static check, you know, value. Weird. Anyway, let's do this later. I want to finish this up because we're so close. We're like tantalizingly close, and it's getting me really excited because just ready to be done with this issue. So we need to set our resume reason too, I guess, right? A resume reason is supposed to be set to this. And then what else do we need to fill out in our reply? Anything? Num keys, transaction. I don't know. Does this stuff matter? Encountered intents. We don't have that problem with gets. Acquire locks. I don't know if we have to do that. It seems. I guess I just don't know like how much of this stuff do we need to do. It seems like we should do it. It's kind of the sense that I'm getting is that you're not allowed to return early. You kind of have to go through and do this stuff. So what we should really do here is say, if this, get rid of this, which we don't need. Otherwise, we set this stuff up, right? Of course, we're gonna need to say var val byte. No, the wrong type. So you need a roach PV value, roach PV intent. So var val roach PV dot value, var intent, roach PV dot intent. Okay, get rid of this. Change this to be a regular assignment. Var error. Okay, so we've got this all set up. We see an intent, we append it to some stuff, whatever. So I guess we can just pull this out since we reuse this error value. Otherwise, if the read consistency is equal to read uncommitted, then we do a bunch of stuff here. I don't know about this. Doesn't seem important. We can skip it because this is always going to be empty anyway. Result, key locking, make lock acquisition. That seems important, so we'll continue to do that. But val is equal to nil here, so it does get skipped. Then we quit. So then the only remaining question now is, let's say this does happen. Then back up in our KV batch fetcher, what happens if we actually get a resume span from a get request? Does that still work? It seems like it does. Look, it totally works. It's totally fine. Let's try this out. Let's try this out. I feel like this might actually work, and which would be super sick. Let's just see the difference here. Okay. I feel like this is a white whale. It's a white whale. So I'm gonna be happy if it goes away. Pretty happy. God whoa. Thanks for the follow on Twitter. Okay, so this test failure is good because we're always expecting to see this ladder scan. And part of the problem is that in our test, we were sometimes seeing this. So I guess what I should actually do at this point is change the test, or I can use I have this copied version of the partial index test that is called like large data boat stuck in canal. Yeah. You gotta embrace current events to make your Twitter display name funny. That's a lesson that I've learned from being on Twitter, is that your display name has to include current events if you want to become popular. So my other thing was called what? Partial index. Oh, did I only have it on the remote machine? Get status. Partial index passes. So this is the one that's supposed to completely pass. So if I run this again, get rid of this vmodule stuff. Partial index passes. What do I get? Oh my God. Oh my God. This is exciting stuff, you guys. No. It's not exciting. It's not exciting. What is this? What is this crazy thing? Oh, no, this is actually okay. Because the truth is that, okay, here's how we phrase this. Basically, since the batch size is varied, the whole point of this whole test suite, the reason that this has been sort of flaky, quote unquote, and it's funny because this is really only a test issue because it can't have it in production, but whatever, ignoring that. No, it can have it in production if somebody has really big column families. If somebody has like a 10 megabyte column family at the beginning of their row, I think that you could get a bug like this. That doesn't really happen in practice, but anyway. This test occasionally sets the maximum batch size to 1. So this trace will never be the same. It's never going to be consistent. So I think what I should do is just turn off the trace and return this test to its original case. I was just using the trace for debugging, so that's sort of, yeah. But I think that without the trace, it should hopefully pass all the time. And then I think we would be happy.
Data banks.
Hard Doctor, thank you for the follow. Also, Learn Video Games, if that was your name. Learn Video Game Development, and Welsh Boy. Thank you guys for the follows. How long did it take to get accustomed to a code as huge as this? I mean, I've been working on Cockroach TV for like 5 years. So it's taken some big chunk of that. I'm getting suspicious about Alf the Noob here. How does Alf the Noob know about all this stuff? How does Alf the Noob know about all this stuff exactly? I'm getting very suspicious. Package SQL logic test. Like, I'm sort of just like, okay, yeah, this is seeming right. Go down the stack. It was crazy. It was crazy for me too. Hint, I work with you. I see. See, I started to get a sense that that was probably the case. But your identity is secret to me. Secret identity coworker. It's exciting. This is always an exciting moment. But this is looking pretty good. Check this out. Look at all of these runs. 0 failures. It's feeling pretty good, you guys. Pretty darn good. I feel like we did it. I think the next question that I have is like, which test do we adjust to make this feel okay? And I don't know. Command get test. Simple SQLite clone. So I have this thing called DB books. I think none of those are perfect, but I think that last one is probably the closest thing to what you're looking for. This was a course that I happened to take when I was in college in my databases class, where we built a pretty simple RDBMS. And it was not distributed, and it could do some basic stuff, like you could make a table and you could scan it and stuff like that. And yeah, I think this is a good course, honestly. I think it's a good course. And I don't know what it would be like to follow it without being in the course, but it might be possible. KaiDB is a didactic relational database management system teaching how an RDBMS is built internally from the data organization and files all the way up to the parser and optimizer. The design of KaiDB is based on SQLite. There you go. Okay, so I think this is exactly what you're looking for, with several simplifying assumptions that make it possible to develop complete KaiDB implementation over the course of a quarter or semester. Key similarities is that it uses a single file to store all of its information. CMU's database course is also good. Code generator code, dude. Like this is complicated. I think we did this in groups, and I don't really wonder if I still have the source code for this stuff somewhere on my machine. That would be pretty cool. Anyway. So where do we test this stuff exactly? They had you compile SQL to C. It wasn't compiling SQL to C. It was actually, it was even worse. It was compiling SQL to like a custom stack machine, as far as I remember. I think that the thing, we didn't write it from scratch. It was like we did labs. Part of it was in, I can't remember. I actually can't remember.
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down.
I wonder
the
if I
search.
have this sitting on
How
my
are you gonna do
GitHub
that?
somewhere.
By guessing.
I probably don't. Where would I have put this? It's probably somewhere random. No, I just don't think it's actually on my GitHub. I feel like I'm gonna accidentally dox myself if I keep like searching for this on stream. So let me quickly. Yeah, I don't know, you guys. I'll find this another time. But I really. But I want to, you know. It's bugging me. It's bugging me. Okay, whatever. I give up. Right. So how do we test this thing? Where do we test that batches don't ask the professor this time? I think I could like find it in my email. I'll do that at some point. Yeah. Where do we test this stuff? If we even test it at all. What does MVCC test? This is seeming good. MVCC scan test. Test MVCC scan. What is this test testing? Do some puts. This is kind of more like testing that the output is the same or something. What about like resume span tests? This is called MVCC scan max num. This is looking good. I'm liking this. Why don't we add a new test called func test MVCC get max num.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Xdaft and Sir V-Day, thank you guys for the follow. Okay, so I guess what do I want to do here? Considered I might be leaking sensitive data via my keyboard cam. Yeah, I've thought about that. If I do passwords on screen, I have to turn off my keyboard cam. I think I mostly remember to do that. I think I've like leaked my computer password via the keyboard, but then I changed it. But I also don't think like it would be very easy to reverse engineer that, and it's also like nobody's gonna, yeah. It's like I don't use my computer password for any other things, and like if you have physical access to the computer, you're already kind of screwed. So I felt like that wasn't that big of a deal, but it was a little bit of a wake-up call. Like, ooh, gotta be careful when you see a password box. Turn off that keyboard cam. That's an important thing to do. Okay, so we just have to figure out how to, I guess we'll say, how do we make a batch? It's another thing. 1Password plus Touch ID to get access. My Touch ID is broken, unfortunately. It's kind of sad. It doesn't work at all. It's like, I think the hardware broke. How do I make a batch? Where's my batches at? B.engine, new batch. Okay, this is seeming good. Buy an Apple Watch? No. I don't want an Apple Watch. I do not want that at all. Okay, so where do I set the maximum? I don't understand. Where do I set the maximum? MVCC scan options max keys is equal to 1. All right. So what if I say MVCC get context engine. What is MS? Oh, I just run the key. So test key 1, HLC.timestamp, while time 1. Oop, trying to resist the temptation to like replace all instances of HLC.timestamp while time 1 with like a constant. Because that's gonna be kind of a big PR. So I'll just not do that. MVCC get options. Don't want that. MVCC get options. What does this include? Yeah, so here's the thing though. This is the wrong level. This isn't the right level of stuff. MVCC get options does not include any kind of maxima. It's happening at a higher level. And I wonder if that's broken, you know? Because look, command get is the thing that invokes MVCC get. And the fact that we're adding the limiter thing up here in this command receiver thingy feels a little bit broken maybe. I don't know. I guess I could just make a command get test. Let's just do that, and I don't know. So it's going to be the world's dumbest test. It's going to say get CTX. Okay, we need to say CTX equals context.background. We need to say defer leak test or whatever that thing is. We need to say get of context. We need a storage reader. What the heck is that? I think we can pass nil here. We need command args. Header. roachpb.header. Target bytes 0. No, it needs to be -1, I think. And then the response. I guess here I pass a get response. And then I'm supposed to get back a res error is equal to. So this is just gonna be test get resume span or something like that. I feel like I'm gonna get razzed for this test. It feels wrong to me. I'm gonna get razzed. People are gonna be like, this is the wrong place, everything is bad. I think this we wanna probably capture. So the resp is up here. Okay, so then I say if error is not equal to nil, I guess I can say cert.no error. Yeah, exactly what I'm thinking. I guess I can ignore this. Then I want to say if resp.resume span. Okay, wait. I also need to pass in the. Wait. There's more stuff I need to pass in here. I've got to pass in my actual request. Request. Oh, it's args. Args. This needs to be a roachpb.request, which is an interface, which is implemented by what? Oh, I can actually just pass in GetRequest. And then my request header is going to have my key is going to be, let's put in var key is equal to roachpb dot key of byte A. Okay. So we've got our key, we've got our end key. I don't know if the sequencing is important, but I'm just going to ignore it. Key locking, I'm going to ignore.
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search.
So then we just have to say if
by guessing
resp.resume span is equal to nil, assert dot I guess we could just say t dot fatal f expected a resume span found nothing. And then we say if resp dot resume span dot key is not, I guess we could say assert dot equal t resp key comma resp dot resume span dot key, I guess. And then we can say assert dot nil t comma resp dot resume span dot end key. All right, I think that's a test. I think that's a test. That feels like a test. Did it get replicated up here? Yes or no? Yes, it did. Make test. Package equals package kv server batch eval tests equals. Ooh, thank you, Yahor. Thank you, Yahor. Test get resume span. Okay. All right, great. Test passes. Test passes. There's one more thing we have to do. Two more things we have to do. We have to rerun this test. Okay, we have to, what do we have to do? We've got to get rid of this change to the partial index test. We've got to add 2, 3, 4. We don't want this change to 5. Get diff 5. This was this test that we abandoned, which doesn't make any sense. So we'll get CO5. We're going to add 2, 3, 4. We're going to commit, and we're going to fix this thing up to this guy. So our main commit. And we gotta get rid of this commit here next. So we're gonna get rebase -i origin master. We're gonna delete this whip commit here. The song is, it's called The Harbor District by Veritas. I don't really know. So here's the
over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
The playlist link in case you're enjoying it or whatever. Okay, so we're gonna get push-f mine here. Then we've just got to go over here, get fetch mine, get reset hard mine gets in fetcher. Okay, so now what we've got to do, get submodule update as well. Now what we've got to do is just rerun this main partial index logic test, which is the kind of big thing that we were
I have to narrow down the search.
messing with. And then there's, I think there was another test that was broken, right? Make test. There's like the partial index test and the unique test. So I've got to run both of those tests. And if those passes, then, you know, I'm going to feel pretty good. I also push it to CI, so I feel like CI is going to run, and that's going to help. And hopefully, this is going to be ready to go pretty soon. I'm pretty tired of this PR. 21 days ago. Okay, so that's not that bad. It's not 4 weeks. It's like more like 3 weeks. But it's still a little bit too long. And I'm ready to kind of send it home. One problem that we have on the stream, you guys, you may notice this, is that I feel like we start a lot of projects and we finish very few of them. And I don't like that. I think that that's a big failure. Failure is a little bit of a strong word, but you know, I'd prefer to start projects that I could finish. think it's kind of annoying, I think, to start a lot of projects and not finish them. I think it's annoying to your coworkers too. So this is something that I've learned over time. Learning to be a better coworker is that I think it's if I start projects and I don't finish them, then I just have this sort of littered landscape of half-finished stuff. I don't think that's very polite. So I'm working on not doing that as much. Right now would be a good time to push over decimal upgrade to the finish line. So this is a good example of something that is a total disaster. Oh man, that decimal thing was really out of control. I don't even know where I left off on this. This is a great example of the sort of thing that I feel like I've got to improve on, you guys. I mean, it's like, that thing is complicated. And I don't remember why I stopped working on it even. It was broken, but I don't remember why. Bummer. Bummer, 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 bummer. Okay, let's actually write down some of these unfinished projects. Maybe, okay. Unfinished projects. Unfinished projects from large data bank. We got number 1, decimal upgrade to a different decimal library. That was really hard for a lot of reasons. There was decimal upgrade to write binary data to the arrow batch serializer. That was hard and it didn't really go that well. We got the project known as, what was it called? We got notify listen. Never finished this one. We got the project known as create table as of system time. Failed, had to revert due to failing tests, due to flaky tests. This is gonna make me depressed. I never came back to it. We got, what else did we do? I guess if I can look at my Git branches and we can see the wreckage of my Git branch. Sort of, okay, we'll do Git last here. Oh yeah, there was PG total relation size. PG total relation size failed due to confusing situation with future of status server admin server. Oh, not to mention a huge one, you guys, a very big one. Create function / user defined functions. This one failed due to extreme complications with leasing of function descriptors. Yet it did not land. You guys are starting to understand the truth of large data bank, which is that there's a lot of work that goes down that does not get merged. And I think it's a mixed bag of whether this is good or not. What else didn't we finish? Yeah, there's a flat decimal stuff. We figured that out. Ban go. Somebody else is picking that one up, so that's good. Yeah, I feel like that's the major ones for the last while. Streams about user-defined functions when I started watching around Christmas. Yeah. I think I did. I think I have a stream. I need to publish a bunch of YouTube videos about this stuff. Not that, I don't know if anybody really watches these streams on YouTube, but I do publish them. I'm kind of a few months behind right now, but I have this one that's ready to go that's called like pre-Christmas Eve user-defined functions hacking or something like that. And I didn't quite finish that stuff out. So how do I get... Let's change this get last thing to be a much bigger number. Let's go to 50. So if I go back to 50 branches, what else am I missing? Other deck library 2020, we talked about that. think these were some like performance improvement stuff. Fast int map, logic test retry, view as of system time. View as of system time? What is that? Add as of system. Oh yeah, so this was the follow-on to create table as of system time. Create table as of system time. This one was much trickier, and we didn't land either of them. What's medam? Git show medam. Oh yeah, under metamorphic. Well, this was good. I don't know if I did this on stream though. I don't think so. Data size stats, multi-dimension cost. This went nowhere. So this was about changing the optimizer to be able to know about costs under more than one dimension. Right now, the optimizer just knows about cost as this like opaque structure. And I was like, wow, maybe what we could do on the stream is like add a couple of dimensions to the cost, or like a CPU dimension, a disk dimension. That was much more difficult than I ever could have anticipated. But I did learn a bunch about the coster, which was cool. Tooltips, batches read, disk stats join, lazy executor. I think Yohor finished this one off, right? Isn't this? Yeah. Thank you, Yohor. Network stats, selectivity stuff. Then there's all that execgen stuff. I spent a lot of time on the early large data bank doing execgen stuff. Now there's an OpenGA blocker because of it. Oh yeah, I forgot it. Didn't you get to the bottom of that? Or is there still something to be done there? Maybe we could look at it together at some point. Not right now. We did a lot of work on execgen in the early stream, making it more powerful. And we landed a bunch of that stuff, but not all of it. We added the execgen inline declaration and the execgen, what was it called? Execgen inline, and we also did GC assert on stream. That was cool. New CPU is doing pretty good. I'm not using it for the stream yet because I need another monitor before I can make that happen. But yeah, it's A+. It worked very well. Fun to build, and it's working out pretty well so far. Parallel transaction usage, yeah, that's the trouble with the iterator thing. It's a bit scary, but I think that philosophically there's nothing wrong with that pattern. I think that philosophically the like parallelism there is like manageable for the same reason that the like virtual table iterator parallelism thing works okay, but I'm not positive. Anyway, okay, so yeah, there was this like iterator pattern thing. Yohor took this over. Praise be to Yohor. Maybe this would be a good blog post. I owe people like I did a 6-month retrospective on this channel. I think I would like to do a 1-year retrospective on this channel, and maybe I could include some reflection on the fact that I do a lot of unfinished projects. Alpha the Noob says 100% completion rate is unrealistic. That is true, but I guess it feels like there's the anti-pattern is starting stuff and then accidentally feeling. If anybody accidentally feels like something like this is sort of claimed, right? Because I've done stuff on it, or it's like it got a little dirty because like, you know what I mean? I would really like to avoid that because that would be not very collaborative, I think. And it would be a little bit anti-collaborative, in fact. So that's my big fear, to be honest, when it comes to the unfinished stuff. It's like, try not to like, I feel like there's another thing in like, there's sort of like a staff engineer anti-pattern, which is like, never pass down unfinished projects. Never pass down your really bad prototypes to other people because it's sort of disrespectful. And I think that to a large part, I agree with that. It's like, if you do a prototype and it's a hack, it's like either you finish it or you like, you know, anybody can do a really hacky prototype. I think that's sort of the point. On the other hand, like the stream is sort of all about showing people what it's like to make hacky prototypes, maybe, or maybe showing people that you too can work on a distributed database and it's just code, and that's another part of my goal. So I feel like there's a couple of goals that conflict, you know, butt heads a little bit, and there's a little bit of, I don't know, it kind of goes two ways. It's an interesting thing to think about. The hacky prototypes are super useful for younger engineers. It's interesting perspective. That's good to know. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Andrew W. had an idea on how to go around the parallel transaction usage, but it doesn't work in all cases. Public API of the database is SQL, yes. Rafa MTTS, thank you for the follow. You're new in open source, started working on a cockroach issue. Have some tips for those starting in cockroach. I have a YouTube video on my channel called something like how to do your first PR on CockroachDB, where I go over how to add a SQL built into Cockroach. I'd recommend watching that. I think that's a pretty good way to get started. Since it goes through some of the basic stuff like how to check out the code, where some SQL built-ins is a really good place to get started in the database, because it's like something pretty simple to program in, but it's very tangible. The output is like, wow, I managed to change this database's behavior. So I think it's a great place for people to start. And yeah, I don't know. I would check out that video and see what you think, see if it helps at all. Yo, J Phils, what is up? Vohio yourself. Does anybody know what the origin of Vohio is, honestly? It's such a cute little emote, but I don't know really where it came from. Anyway, we were reflecting, Jay. We were reflecting on our unfinished projects and thinking philosophically. I don't know if you have a lot of unfinished projects on your stream, but we certainly do over here. Thinking about the value of those, the good and the bad, you know. How is ACID realized in this database? Could you explain it in detail? I think basically, I'm not gonna, okay. CockroachDB, distributed database. We use Raft for consensus. Chunks of data are replicated and consensusified using Raft. And then to keep things consistent across multiple Raft groups, we use a two-phase transaction protocol. That's kind of the 2-minute short answer. And what I'm gonna do is refer you to something called the CockroachDB architecture documentation. And I think that this probably will be doing a better job of teaching you than me rambling about stuff. Hundreds of repos with dozens of half-finished projects. Ooh, yeah. I know that feel. I totally know that feel. Yeah, we were looking at some of these branches and reflecting on how many of these things ended up in like absolutely nothing. But you know that's part of the process, maybe. It's like on the one hand it's part of the process, on the other hand it's annoying. So how do you balance the process with the annoyance? Kind of the question. So anyway, what do we have to do left? I feel like we just passed the 5-hour mark. So I'm getting ready to be done with the stream for tonight. I think this thing is pushed up. This thing is going to be rerunning on CI soon, and I'm feeling pretty confident about it. This thing about the fixing demo global latencies, we did that earlier in the stream. And the build failed. Why don't we check out what the deal is with that, so that we can hopefully not let it stay in the graveyard forever. This needs to be rebased. This is a rebase problem. This seems like a flake. So I feel like all I've got to do is just rebase that thing and we should be good to go. So let's check out, whoops. Now my get last alias is giving me too many things. Let's give it back to 20. So we're gonna check out artificial latency fixes. We're gonna rebase origin master. Do we need to fetch origin first or something? Is that the problem? Benign Beer, Output Logic, thank you guys for the follows. Okay, we're gonna rebase origin master. And we're just gonna repush. I think that's all we have to do. I think it'll probably pass tests like that. I think it's just some flakes that we were hitting there. Yeah, so I feel like that's gonna be it, you guys. Oh yeah, here's something that I want to say. I started playing this game called Satisfactory. It's a bad addiction. You guys know about Satisfactory? This is one of these games that like will steal your soul. If you're a programmer, it's like Factorio. Don't start playing this game unless you want to get addicted to something. But I might do a Satisfactory stream on Sunday. That could be pretty fun. I've had a lot of fun playing it so far, and it seems like it could be maybe good streaming material, maybe kind of boring if you don't like know what's going on in the game, you know? There's like so much random detail. It's almost like you're too deep in the stack, you know? It's almost like you're doing too much like too many implementation details, right? But I'm gonna try it out. You've been playing Valheim. I hear people like that. I think we're gonna try a Satisfactory stream maybe. We've got this PC, right? The PC can play all this sorts of stuff, so I feel like we gotta start using it to at least try something like that out. Even though we can't stream from it, we can do the capture card thing and try that. So I'm gonna probably do a Sunday stream for Satisfactory this weekend. If you guys are around, come hang out. Should be fun. Maybe. Gotta use your gaming PC to game. Exactly. Benign Beetroot, you joined the stream on a whim a few hours back, enjoyed lurking. So glad to hear it. Thank you so much for sticking around. And yeah, I hope you come back. We stream every Friday. And sometimes we stream on Sunday. That's kind of the schedule. So come back. 5:41 a.m. Pratik is always staying up. You deserve a medal, Pratik. You're always staying up super late to hang out with us on the stream. And I don't even know what to say. I think your sleep schedule might need to be looked at, to be honest. But hey, you deserve a medal for these feats of endurance, I think. 2 a.m. for one plane. Halt and catch. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, you guys, it's been a good stream. It's been a good stream. And thanks again to Gamozo. Gamozo gave us a big raid a while back. So if you guys are coming from Gamozo's channel, make sure to tell him that I say thanks next time that you hang out with Gamozo. 1 a.m. checking in, 9 p.m. checking in, banging your head on a bug that you can't seem to figure out for the past week. I feel that. We've been there. Give him a VIP badge. Maybe I could. Pratik gets a VIP badge for hanging out till 5:41 a.m. I don't know when to give out VIP badges exactly. That's like a whole part of Twitch that I don't really understand. Anyway, you guys, I'm gonna go ahead and find somebody to raid. I'm gonna go ahead and find someone to raid. Need to find a way of quickly getting to the science and technology section, because I never know how to do that. Oh yeah, there it is. Science and technology. Okay, who all is up and streaming? Griffing. We raided Griffing last time, so we can't raid Griffing again. Don't really feel like raiding Last Miles. Last Miles is always doing some weird stuff. Cool channel, but I'm not gonna raid it. RWX Rob could raid RWX Rob. He gave us a raid a little while ago, I think. So why don't we give him a re-raid? Well, why don't we do that? Why don't we do that? On the other hand, what is this? DataViz with Shirley. What is DataViz with Shirley up to?
That means that I can do a smaller noise, and then, ooh, that looks kind of really
This
pretty.
seems fun. Seems like 3JS stuff. We're gonna raid
as much of a noise.
We're gonna raid
this
SXY
0.1
Woo.
is quite pretpretty. But actually,
SXY
I also
Woo.
wanted to have, I think, some amounts of noise for.
Alf the Noob. Thanks for stopping by, whoever you are. Appreciate your presence and comments. It's funny because when you kind of helped with that receiver problem, and I was like, wow, a random internet stranger has helped with this receiver problem. But in reality, you're not a random internet stranger. So whatever's going on with that, I appreciate you. Appreciate all of you guys. Thanks everybody so much for hanging out. Name starts with Alf. All right. Okay. We're starting to understand what's going on now. That is making a lot of sense. But anyway, you guys, thanks so much everybody for hanging out. Have a good weekend. I'll catch you guys next time. Bye-bye.